This is Audible. Blood of Elves. Written by Andrzej Sapkowski, translated from the Polish by Danusia Stock, and read by Peter Kenny. Verily I say unto you, the era of the sword and axe is nigh, the era of the wolf's blizzard. The time of the white chill and the white light is nigh, the time of madness and the time of contempt, teth direat, the time of end. The world will die amidst frost, and be reborn with the new sun. It will be reborn of the elder blood, of hen icher, of the seed that has been sown, a seed which will not sprout, but will burst into flame. Es tuat esse. Thus it shall be. Watch for the signs. What signs these shall be, I say unto you. First, the earth will flow with the blood of Aen She, the blood of elves. Ian ithlin espiat, ithlina egli ap evienens prophecy. Chapter 1. The town was in flames. The narrow streets leading to the moat and the first terrace belched smoke and embers, flames devouring the densely clustered thatched houses and licking at the castle walls. From the west, from the harbour gate, the screams and clamour of vicious battle and the dull blows of a battering ram smashing against the walls grew ever louder. Their attackers had surrounded them unexpectedly, shattering the barricades which had been held by no more than a few soldiers, a handful of townsmen carrying halberds, and some crossbowmen from the guild. Their horses, decked out in flowing black caparisons, flew over the barricades like spectres, their riders bright, glistening blades sowing death amongst the fleeing defenders. Ciri felt the knight who carried her before him on his saddle abruptly spur his horse. She heard his cry. "Hold on!" he shouted. "Hold on!" Other knights wearing the colours of Cintra overtook them, sparring even in full flight with the Nilfgaardians. Ciri caught a glimpse of the skirmish from the corner of her eye, the crazed swirl of blue gold and black cloaks amidst the clash of steel, the clatter of blades against shields, the neighing of horses, shouts. No, not shouts. Screams. Hold on! Fear. With every jolt, every jerk, every leap of the horse, pain shot through her hands as she clutched at the reins. Her legs contracted painfully, unable to find support, her eyes watered from the smoke. The arm around her suffocated her, choking her, the force compressing her ribs. All around her, screaming such as she had never before heard, grew louder. What must one do to a man to make him scream so? Fear. Overpowering, paralyzing, choking fear. Again the clash of iron, the grunts and snorts of the horses. The houses whirled around her, and suddenly she could see windows belching fire, where a moment before there'd been nothing but a muddy little street strewn with corpses and cluttered with the abandoned possessions of the fleeing population. All at once, the knight at her back was racked by a strange, wheezing cough. Blood spurted over the hands grasping the reins, more screams, arrows whistled past. A fall, a shock, painful bruising against armour. Hooves pounded past her, a horse's belly and a frayed girth flashing by above her head, then another horse's belly and a flowing black caparison. Grunts of exertion, like a lumberjack's when chopping wood. But this isn't wood. It's iron against iron. A shout, muffled and dull, and something huge and black collapsed into the mud next to her with a splash, spurting blood. An armoured foot quivered, thrashed, goring the earth with an enormous spur. A jerk. Some force plucked her up, pulled her onto another saddle. Hold on! Again, the bone-shaking speed, the mad gallop, arms and legs desperately searching for support. The horse rears. Hold on! There is no support. There is blood. The horse falls. It's impossible to jump aside, no way to break free to escape the tight embrace of these chain-mail-clad arms. There is no way to avoid the blood pouring onto her head and over her shoulders. A jolt, the squelch of mud, a violent collision with the ground, horrifically still after the furious ride. The horse's harrowing wheezes and squeals as it tries to regain its feet. The pounding of horseshoes, fetlocks and hooves flashing past, black caparisons and cloaks, shouting. The street is on fire. A roaring red wall of flame, silhouetted before it, a rider towers over the flaming roofs, enormous. His black, caparisoned horse prances, tosses its head, neighs. The rider stares down at her. Ciri sees his eyes gleaming through the slit in his huge helmet, framed by a bird of prey's wings. She sees the fire reflected in the broad blade of the sword held in his lowered hand. The rider looks at her. Ciri is unable to move. The dead man's motionless arms wrapped around her waist hold her down. She is locked in place by something heavy and wet with blood, something which is lying across her thigh, pinning her to the ground, and she is frozen in fear. A terrible fear which turns her entrails inside out, which deafens Ciri to the screams of the wounded horse, the roar of the blaze, the cries of dying people and the pounding drums. The only thing which exists, which counts, which still has any meaning, is fear. Fear embodied in the figure of a black knight wearing a helmet decorated with feathers, frozen against the wall of raging red flames. The rider spurs his horse, the wings on his helmet fluttering as the bird of prey takes to flight, launching itself to attack its helpless victim, paralyzed with fear. The bird, or maybe the knight, screeches terrifyingly, cruelly, triumphantly. A black horse, black armor, a black flowing cloak, and behind this, flames, a sea of flames. Fear. The bird shrieks. The wings beat. Feathers slap against her face. Fear. Help! Why doesn't anyone help me? Alone, weak, helpless. I can't move. Can't force a sound from my constricted throat. Why does no one come to help me? I'm terrified. Eyes blaze through the slit in the huge winged helmet. The black cloak veils everything. Ciri! She woke, numb and drenched in sweat, with her scream, the scream which had woken her, still hanging in the air, still vibrating somewhere within her, beneath her breastbone and burning against her parched throat. Her hands ached, clenched around the blanket. Her back ached. Ciri, calm down. The night was dark and windy, the crowns of the surrounding pine trees rustling steadily and melodiously, their limbs and trunks creaking in the wind. There was no malevolent fire, no screams, only this gentle lullaby. Beside her, the campfire flickered with light and warmth, its reflected flames glowing from harness buckles, gleaming red in the leather-wrapped and iron-banded hilt of a sword leaning against a saddle on the ground. There was no other fire, and no other iron. The hand against her cheek smelled of leather and ashes, not of blood. Geralt! It was just a dream. A bad dream. Ciri shuddered violently, curling her arms and legs up tight. A dream. Just a dream. The campfire had already died down. The birch logs were red and luminous, occasionally crackling, giving off tiny spurts of blue flame, which illuminated the white hair and sharp profile of the man wrapping a blanket and sheepskin around her. Geralt, I'm right here. Sleep, Ciri. You have to rest. We've still a long way ahead of us. I can hear music, she thought suddenly. Amidst the rustling of the trees. There's music. Lute music and voices. The princess of Cintra. A child of destiny. A child of elder blood. The blood of elves. Geralt of Rivia. The white wolf and his destiny. No, that's a legend. A poet's invention. The princess is dead. She was killed in the town streets while trying to escape. Hold on. Hold. Geralt? What, Ciri? What did he do to me? What happened? What did he do to me? Who? The knight. The black knight with feathers on his helmet. I can't remember anything. He shouted and looked at me. I can't remember what happened. Only that I was frightened. I was so frightened. The man leaned over her, the flame of the campfire sparkling in his eyes. They were strange eyes, Very strange. Ciri had been frightened of them. She hadn't liked meeting his gaze. But that had been a long time ago. A very long time ago. "I can't remember anything," she whispered, searching for his hand, as tough and coarse as raw wood. "The Black Knight, it was a dream. Sleep peacefully. He won't come back." Ciri had heard such reassurances in the past. They had been repeated to her endlessly. Many, many times she had been offered comforting words when her screams had woken her during the night. But this time it was different. Now she believed it, because it was Geralt of Rivia, the White Wolf, the Witcher, who said it. The man who was her destiny. The one for whom she was destined. Geralt the Witcher, who had found her surrounded by war, death, and despair, who had taken her with him and promised they would never part. She fell asleep, holding tight to his hand. The bard finished the song. Tilting his head a little, he repeated the ballad's refrain on his lute, delicately, softly, a single tone higher than the apprentice accompanying him. No one said a word. Nothing but the subsiding music and the whispering leaves and squeaking boughs of the enormous oak could be heard. Then, all of a sudden, a goat tethered to one of the carts which circled the ancient tree bleated lengthily. At that moment, as if given a signal, one of the men seated in the large semicircular audience stood up. Throwing his cobalt-blue cloak with gold braid trim back over his shoulder, he gave a stiff, dignified bow. "Thank you, Master Dandelion," he said, his voice resonant without being loud. "Allow me, Radcliffe of Oxenford, Master of the Arcana, to express what I am sure is the opinion of everyone here present, and utter words of gratitude and appreciation for your fine art and skill." The wizard ran his gaze over those assembled, an audience of well over 100 people, seated on the ground, on carts, or standing in a tight semicircle, facing the foot of the oak. They nodded and whispered amongst themselves. Several people began to applaud, while others greeted the singer with upraised hands. Women, touched by the music, sniffed and wiped their eyes on whatever came to hand, which differed according to their standing, profession, and wealth. Peasant women used their forearms or the backs of their hands. Merchants' wives dabbed their eyes with linen handkerchiefs, while elves and noblewomen used kerchiefs of the finest tight-woven cotton. And Baron Vilibert's 3 daughters, who had, along with the rest of his retinue, halted their falcon hunt to attend the famous troubadour's performance, blew their noses loudly and sonorously into elegant mould-green cashmere scarves. "It would not be an exaggeration to say," continued the wizard, "that you have moved us deeply, Master Dandelion. You have prompted us to reflection and thought. You have stirred our hearts. Allow me to express our gratitude and our respect." The troubadour stood and took a bow, sweeping the heron feather pinned to his fashionable hat across his knees. His apprentice broke off his playing, grinned, and bowed too, until Dandelion glared at him sternly and snapped something under his breath. The boy lowered his head and returned to softly strumming his lute strings. The assembly stirred to life. The merchants, travelling in the caravan, whispered amongst themselves, and then rolled a sizable cask of beer out to the foot of the oak tree. Wizard Radcliffe lost himself in quiet conversation with Baron Vilibert. Having blown their noses, the Baron's daughters gazed at Dandelion in adoration, which went entirely unnoticed by the bard, engrossed as he was in smiling, winking, and flashing his teeth at a haughty, silent group of roving elves, and at one of them in particular, a dark-haired, large-eyed beauty sporting a tiny ermine cap. Dandelion had rivals for her attention. The elf, with her huge eyes and beautiful toque hat, had caught his audience's interest as well, and a number of knights, students, and goliards were paying court to her with their eyes. The elf clearly enjoyed the attention, picking at the lace cuffs of her chemise and fluttering her eyelashes. But the group of elves with her surrounded her on all sides, not bothering to hide their antipathy towards her admirers. The glade beneath Bleoveris, the great oak, was a place of frequent rallies, a well-known travellers' resting place and meeting ground for wanderers, and was famous for its tolerance and openness. The druids protecting the ancient tree called it the seat of friendship, and willingly welcomed all comers. But even during an event as exceptional as the world-famous troubadour's just-concluded performance, the travellers kept to themselves, remaining in clearly delineated groups. Elves stayed with elves. Dwarfish craftsmen gathered with their kin, who were often hired to protect the merchant caravans and were armed to the teeth. Their groups tolerated at best the gnome miners and halfling farmers who camped beside them. All non-humans were uniformly distant towards humans. The humans repaid in kind, but were not seen to mix amongst themselves either. Nobility looked down on the merchants and travelling salesmen with open scorn, while soldiers and mercenaries distanced themselves from shepherds and their reeking sheepskins. The few wizards and their disciples kept themselves entirely apart from the others, and bestowed their arrogance on everyone in equal parts. A tight-knit, dark and silent group of peasants lurked in the background, resembling a forest with their rakes, pitchforks and flails poking above their heads. They were ignored by all and sundry. The exception, as ever, was the children. Freed from the constraints of silence which had been enforced during the bard's performance, the children dashed into the woods with wild cries, and enthusiastically immersed themselves in a game whose rules were incomprehensible to all those who had bidden farewell to the happy years of childhood. Children of elves, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, half-elves, quarter-elves, and toddlers of mysterious provenance, neither knew nor recognized racial or social divisions. At least, not yet. "Indeed," shouted one of the knights present in the glade, who was as thin as a beanpole and wearing a red and black tunic emblazoned with 3 lions passant. "The wizard speaks the truth. The ballads were beautiful. Upon my word, Honourable Dandelion, if ever you pass near Baldhorn, my lord's castle, stop by without a moment's hesitation. You will be welcomed like a prince. What am I saying? Welcomed like King Visimir himself. I swear on my sword I have heard many a minstrel, but none even came close to being your equal, master. Accept the respect and tributes those of us born to knighthood and those of us appointed to the position pay to your skills." Flawlessly sensing the opportune moment, the troubadour winked at his apprentice. The boy set his lute aside and picked up a little casket, which served as a collection box for the audience's more measurable expressions of appreciation. He hesitated, ran his eyes over the crowd, then replaced the little casket and grabbed a large bucket standing nearby. Master Dandelion bestowed an approving smile on the young man for his prudence. "Master!" shouted a sizable woman sitting on a cart, the sides of which were painted with a sign for Vera Löwenhaupt and Sons, and which was full of wickerwork. Her sons, nowhere to be seen, were no doubt busy wasting away their mother's hard-earned fortune. "Master Dandelion, what is this? Are you going to leave us in suspense? That can't be the end of your ballad. Sing to us of what happened next." "The songs and ballads," the musician bowed, "never end, dear lady, because poetry is eternal and immortal. It knows no beginning, it knows no end." "But what happened next?" The tradeswoman didn't give up, generously rattling coins into the bucket Dandelion's apprentice held out to her. "At least tell us about it, even if you have no wish to sing of it. Your songs mention no names, but we know the witch you sing of is no other than the famous Geralt of Rivia, and the enchantress for whom he burns with love is the equally famous Yennefer, and the child surprise destined for the witcher and sworn to him from birth is Cirilla, the unfortunate princess of Cintra, the town destroyed by the invaders. Am I right?" Dandelion smiled, remaining enigmatic and aloof. "I sing of universal matters, my dear, generous lady," he stated, "of emotions which anyone can experience, not about specific people." "Oh, come on!" yelled a voice from the crowd. "Everyone knows those songs about Geralt the Witcher." "Yes, yes!" squealed Baron Villebert's daughters in chorus, drying their sodden scarves. "Sing on, Master Dandelion. What happened next? Did the Witcher and Yennefer the Enchantress find each other in the end? And did they love each other? Were they happy? We want to know." "Enough!" roared the dwarf leader with a growl in his throat, shaking his mighty waist-length red beard. "It's crap, all these princesses, sorceresses, destiny, love and women's fanciful tales. If you'll pardon the expression, great poet, it's all lies. Just a poetic invention to make the story prettier and more touching. But of the deeds of war, the massacre and plunder of Cintra, the battles of Marnadal and Sodden, you did sing that mightily, Dandelion. There's no regrets in parting with silver for such a song, a joy to a warrior's heart. And I, Sheldon Skaggs, declare there's not an ounce of lies in what you say, and I can tell the lies from the truth, because I was there at Sodden. I stood against the Nilfgaard invaders with an axe in my hand. I, Donimir of Troy, shouted the thin knight with 3 lions passant blazoned across his tunic, was at both battles of Sodden. But I did not see you there, Sir Dwarf. No doubt because you were looking after the supply train, Sheldon Skaggs retorted, while I was in the front line where things got hot. Mind your tongue, Beardy, said Donimir of Troy, flushing, hitching up his sword belt. And who you're speaking to. Have a cure yourself. The dwarf whacked his palm against the axe wedged in his belt, turned to his companions and grinned. Did you see him there, friggin' knight? See his coat of arms? Ha! 3 lions on a shield, 2 shitting and the 3rd snarling. Peace, peace. A grey-haired druid in a white cloak averted trouble with a sharp, authoritative voice. This is not fitting, gentlemen. Not here under Bleoveris' crown, an oak older than all the disputes and quarrels of the world. And not in poet Dandelian's presence, from whose ballads we ought to learn of love, not contention. Quite so. A short, fat priest with a face glistening with sweat seconded the druid. You look but have no eyes, you listen but you have deaf ears. Because divine love is not in you, you are like empty barrels. Speaking of barrels, squeaked a long-nosed gnome from his cart, painted with the sign for Iron Hardware Manufacture and Sale. Roll out another, Gilsman. Poet Dandelian's throat is surely dry, and ours too from all these emotions. Verily, like empty barrels, I tell ye. The priest, determined not to be put off, drowned out the ironware gnome. You have understood nothing of Master Dandelian's ballad. You have learned nothing. You did not see that these ballads speak of man's fate, that we are no more than toys in the hands of the gods, our lands no more than their playground. The ballads about destiny portray the destinies of us all, and the legend of Geralt the Witcher and Princess Cirilla, although it is set against the true background of that war, is after all a mere metaphor, the creation of a poet's imagination designed to help us. You're talking rubbish, holy man, hollered Vera Löwenhaupt from the heights of her cart. What legend? What imaginative creation? You may not know him, but I know Geralt of Rivia. I saw him with my own eyes in Vichimer when he broke the spell on King Foltest's daughter, and I met him again later on the Merchant's Trail, where, at Gildea's request, he slew a ferocious griffin, which was preying on the caravans, and thus saved the lives of many good people. No, this is no legend or fairy tale. It is the truth, the sincere truth, which Master Dandelion sang for us. I second that, said a slender female warrior, with her black hair smoothly brushed back and plaited into a thick braid. I, Rayla of Lyria, also know Geralt the White Wolf, the famous slayer of monsters, and I've met the enchantress Lady Yennefer on several occasions. I used to visit Aedirn and her hometown of Vengerberg. I don't know anything about their being in love, though. But it has to be true, the attractive elf in the ermine toque suddenly said in a melodious voice. Such a beautiful ballad of love could not but be true. It could not. Baron Villebert's daughters supported the elf, and, as if on command, wiped their eyes on their scarves. Not by any measure. Honourable wizard, Vera Löwenhaupt turned to Radcliffe, were they in love or not? Surely you know what truly happened to them. Yennefer and the Witcher. Disclose the secret. If the song says they were in love, replied the wizard, then that's what happened, and their love will endure down the ages. Such is the power of poetry. It is said, interrupted Baron Villebert all of a sudden, that Yennefer of Vengerberg was killed on Sodden Hill. Several enchantresses were killed there. That's not true, said Donimir of Troy. Her name is not on the monument. I'm from those parts and have often climbed Sodden Hill and read the names engraved on the monument. 3 enchantresses died there. Triss Marigold, Lyta Nade, known as Coral, and the name of the 3rd has slipped my mind. The knight glanced at Wizard Radcliffe, who smiled wordlessly. And this Witcher, Sheldon Skaggs suddenly called out, this Geralt who loved Yennefer has also bitten the dust apparently. I heard he was killed somewhere in Trans River. He slew and slew monsters until he met his match. That's how it goes. He who fights with the sword dies by the sword. Everyone comes across someone who will better them eventually, and is made to taste cold, hard iron. I don't believe it. The slender warrior contorted her pale lips, spat vehemently on the ground, and crossed her chainmail-clad arms with a crunch. I don't believe there is anyone to best Geralt of Rivia. I have seen this Witcher handle a sword. His speed is simply inhuman. Well said, threw in Wizard Radcliffe. Inhuman. Witches are mutated, so their reactions. I don't understand you, magician. The warrior twisted her lips even more nastily. Your words are too learned. I know one thing. No swordsman I have ever seen can match Geralt of Rivia, the White Wolf, and so I will not accept that he was defeated in battle as the dwarf claims. Every swordsman's an arse when the enemy's not sparse, remarked Sheldon Skaggs sententiously. As the elves say. Elves, stated a tall, fair-haired representative of the elder race coldly, from his place beside the elf with the beautiful toque, are not in the habit of using such vulgar language. No, no, squealed Baron Villebert's daughters from behind their green scarves. Geralt the Witcher can't have been killed. The Witcher found Ciri, the child destined for him, and then the enchantress Yennefer, and all three lived happily ever after. Isn't that true, Master Dandelion? 'Twas a ballad, my noble young ladies, said the beer-parched gnome, manufacturer of ironwares, with a yawn. Why look for truth in a ballad? Truth is one thing, poetry another. Let's take this, what was her name? Ciri? The famous child surprise? Master Dandelion trumped that up for sure. I've been to Cintra many a time, and the king and queen lived in a childless home, with no daughter, no son. Liar! Shouted a red-haired man in a sealskin jacket, a checked kerchief bound around his forehead. Queen Calanthe, the lioness of Cintra, had a daughter called Pavetta. She died, together with her husband in a tempest which struck out at sea, and the depths swallowed them both. So, you see for yourselves, I'm not making this up. The ironware gnome called everyone to be his witnesses. The princess of Cintra was called Pavetta, not Ciri. Cirilla, known as Ciri, was the daughter of this drowned Pavetta, explained the red-haired man. Calanthe's granddaughter. She was not the princess herself, but the daughter of the princess of Cintra. She was the child surprise destined for the Witcher, the man to whom, even before she was born, the queen had sworn to hand her granddaughter over to, just as Master Dandelion has sung. But the Witcher could neither find her nor collect her, and here our poet has missed the truth. Oh yes, he's missed the truth indeed, butted in a sinewy young man who, judging by his clothes, was a journeyman on his travels prior to crafting his masterpiece and passing his master's exams. The Witcher's destiny bypassed him. Cirilla was killed during the siege of Cintra. Before throwing herself from the tower, Queen Calanthe killed the princess's daughter with her own hand to prevent her from falling into the Nilfgaardian's claws alive. It wasn't like that, not like that at all, objected the red-haired man. The princess's daughter was killed during the massacre while trying to escape from the town. One way or another, shouted Ironware, the Witcher didn't find Cirilla, the poet lied. But lied beautifully, said the elf in the toque, snuggling up to the tall, fair-haired elf. It's not a question of poetry, but of facts, shouted the journeyman. I tell you, the princess's daughter died by her grandmother's hand. Anyone who's been to Cintra can confirm that. And I say she was killed in the streets trying to escape, declared the red-haired man. I know, because although I'm not from Cintra, I served in the Earl of Skellige's troop supporting Cintra during the war. As everyone knows, East Chirsach, the king of Cintra, comes from the Skellige Isles. He was the Earl's uncle. I fought in the Earl's troop at Marnadal and Cintra, and later, after the defeat, at Sodden. Yet another veteran, Sheldon Skaggs snarled to the dwarves crowded around him. All heroes and warriors. Eh, folks, is there at least one of you out there who didn't fight at Marnadal or Sodden? That dig is out of place, Skaggs, the tall elf reproached him, putting his arm around the beauty wearing the toque in a way intended to dispel any lingering doubts amongst her admirers. Don't imagine you were the only one to fight at Sodden. I took part in the battle as well. On whose side, I wonder? Baron Villebert said to Radcliffe in a highly audible whisper which the elf ignored entirely. As everyone knows, he continued, sparing neither the Baron nor the wizard so much as a glance, over 100,000 warriors stood on the field during the Second Battle of Sodden Hill, and of those, at least 30,000 were maimed or killed. Master Dandelion should be thanked for immortalizing this famous, terrible battle in one of his ballads. In both the lyrics and the melody of his work, I heard not an exultation, but a warning. So I repeat, offer praise and everlasting renown to this poet for his ballad, which may, perhaps, prevent a tragedy as horrific as this cruel and unnecessary war from occurring in the future. Indeed, said Baron Villebert, looking defiantly at the elf. You have read some very interesting things into this ballad, honoured sir. An unnecessary war, you say. You'd like to avoid such a tragedy in the future, would you? Are we to understand that if the Nilfgaardians were to attack us again, you would advise that we capitulate, humbly accept the Nilfgaardian yoke. Life is a priceless gift and should be protected, the elf replied coldly. Nothing justifies wide-scale slaughter and sacrifice of life, which is what the battles at Sodden were, both the battle lost and the battle won. Both of them cost the humans thousands of lives, and with them you lost unimaginable potential. Elven prattle, snarled Sheldon Skaggs. Dim-wetted rubbish. It was the price that had to be paid to allow others to live decently, in peace, instead of being chained, blinded, whipped and forced to work in salt and sulphur mines. Those who died a heroic death, those who will now, thanks to Dandelion, live on forever in our memories, taught us to defend our own homes. Sing your ballads, Dandelion. Sing them to everyone. Your lesson won't go to waste, and it'll come in handy, you'll see. Because mark my words, Nilfgaard will attack us again. If not today, then tomorrow. They're licking their wounds now, we're recovering, but the day when we'll see their black cloaks and feathered helmets again is growing ever nearer. What do they want from us? Yelled Vera Löwenhout. Why are they bent on persecuting us? Why don't they leave us in peace? Leave us to our lives and work? What do the Nilfgaardians want? They want our blood, howled Baron Villibert. And our land, someone cried from the crowd of peasants. And our women, chimed in Sheldon Skaggs with a ferocious glower. Several people started to laugh, as quietly and furtively as they could, even though the idea that anyone other than another dwarf would desire one of the exceptionally unattractive dwarf women was highly amusing. It was not a safe subject for teasing or jests, especially not in the presence of the short, stocky-bearded individuals whose axes and short swords had an ugly habit of leaping from their belts and into their hands at incredible speed. And the dwarves, for some unknown reason, were entirely convinced that the rest of the world was lecherously lying in wait for their wives and daughters, and were extremely touchy about it. This had to happen at some point, the grey-haired druid declared suddenly. This had to happen. We forgot that we are not the only ones in this world, that the whole of creation does not revolve around us. Like stupid, fat, lazy minnows in a slimy pond, we chose not to accept the existence of pike. We allowed our world, like the pond, to become slimy, boggy and sluggish. Look around you. There is crime and sin everywhere. Greed, the pursuit of profit, quarrels and disagreements are rife. Our traditions are disappearing. Respect for our values is fading. Instead of living according to nature, we have begun to destroy it. And what have we got for it? The air is poisoned by the stink of smelting furnaces. The rivers and brooks are tainted by slaughterhouses and tanneries. Forests are being cut down without a thought. Ha! Just look! Even on the living bark of sacred Bleoveris, there, just above the poet's head, there's a foul phrase carved out with a knife, and it's misspelled at that, by a stupid, illiterate vandal. Why are you surprised? It had to end badly. Yes, the fat priest joined in. Come to your senses, you sinners, while there is still time, because the anger and vengeance of the gods hangs over you. Remember Aethlyn's oracle, the prophetic words describing the punishment of the gods reserved for a tribe poisoned by crime. The time of contempt will come when the tree will lose its leaves, the bud will wither, the fruit will rot, the seed turn bitter, and the river valleys will run with ice instead of water. The white chill will come, and after it the white light, and the world will perish beneath blizzards. Thus spoke Ciri Aethlyn, and before this comes to pass there will be visible signs. Plagues will ravish the earth. Remember, the Nilfgaard are our punishment from the gods. They are the whip with which the immortals will lash you, sinners, so that you may shut up, you sanctimonious old man, roared Sheldon Skaggs, stamping his heavy boots. Your superstitious rot makes me sick. My guts are churning. Careful, Sheldon. The tall elf cut him short with a smile. Don't mock another's religion. It's not pleasant, polite, or safe. I'm not mocking anything, protested the dwarf. I don't doubt the existence of the gods, but it annoys me when someone drags them into earthly matters and tries to pull the wool over my eyes using the prophecies of some crazy elf. The Nilfgaardians are the instrument of the gods. Rubbish! Search back through your memories to the past, to the days of Desmod, Radawith, and Sambuc, to the days of Abrad, the old oak. You may not remember them because your lives are so very short. You're like mayflies. But I remember, And I'll tell you what it was like in these lands just after you climbed from your boats on the Yaruga estuary and the Ponta Delta onto the beach. 3 kingdoms sprang from the 4 ships which beached on those shores. The stronger groups absorbed the weaker and so grew, strengthening their positions. They invaded others' territories, conquered them, and their kingdoms expanded, becoming ever larger and more powerful. And now the Nilfgaardians are doing the same, because theirs is a strong and united, disciplined and tightly knit country. And unless you close ranks in the same way, Nilfgaard will swallow you as a pike does a minnow, just as this wise druid said. Let them just try. Donomir of Troy puffed out his lion-emblazoned chest and shook his sword in its scabbard. We beat them hollow on Sodden Hill, and we can do it again. You're very cocksure, snarled Sheldon Skaggs. You've evidently forgotten, Sir Knight, that before the Battle of Sodden Hill, the Nilfgaard had advanced across your lands like an iron roller, strewing the land between Marnadal and Transriver with the corpses of many a gallant fellow like yourself. And it wasn't loud-mouthed smart-asses like you who stopped the Nilfgaardians, but the united strengths of Temeria, Redania, Aiden and Caedwen. Concord and unity, that's what stopped them. Not just that, remarked Radcliffe in a cold, resonant voice. Not just that, Master Skaggs. The dwarf hawked loudly, blew his nose, shuffled his feet, then bowed a little to the wizard. One is denying the contribution of your fellowship, he said. Shame on he who does not acknowledge the heroism of the Brotherhood of Wizards on Sodden Hill. They stood their ground bravely, shed blood for the common cause, and contributed most eminently to our victory. Dandelion did not forget them in his ballad, and nor shall we. But note that these wizards stood united and loyal on the hill, and accepted the leadership of Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, just as we, the warriors of the 4 kingdoms, acknowledged the command of Visimir of Redania. It's just a pity this solidarity and concord only lasted for the duration of the war, because, with peace, here we are divided again. Visimir and Foltest are choking each other with customs taxes and trading laws. Demavend of Idaean is bickering with Hensil over the northern marches, where the League of Hengfors and the Thysanids of Kovia don't give a toss. And I hear that looking for the old concord amongst the wizards is useless too. We are not closely knit, we have no discipline and no unity. But Nilfgaard does. Nilfgaard is ruled by Emperor Emir Vaha Imris, a tyrant and autocrat who enforces obedience with whip, noose, and axe, thundered Baron Villibert. What are you proposing, Sir Dwarf? How are we supposed to close ranks with similar tyranny? And which king, which kingdom, in your opinion, should subordinate the others? In whose hands would you like to see the sceptre and knout? What do I care? Replied Skaggs with a shrug. That's a human affair. Whoever you choose to be king wouldn't be a dwarf anyway. Or an elf, or even half-elf, added the tall representative of the elder race, his arm still wrapped around the toque-wearing beauty. You even consider quarter-elves inferior. That's where it stings, laughed Villibert. You're blowing the same horn as Nilfgaard, because Nilfgaard is also shouting about equality, promising you a return to the old order as soon as we've been conquered and they've scythed us off these lands. That's the sort of unity, the sort of equality you're dreaming of, the sort you're talking about and trumpeting. Nilfgaard pays you gold to do it, and it's hardly surprising you love each other so much, the Nilfgaardians being an elven race. Nonsense, the elf said coldly. You talk rubbish, Sir Knight. You're clearly blinded by racism. The Nilfgaardians are human, just like you. That's an outright lie. They're descended from the Black She, and everyone knows it. Elven blood flows through their veins, the blood of elves. And what flows through yours? The elf smiled derisively. We've been combining our blood for generations, for centuries, your race and mine, and doing so quite successfully. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. You started persecuting mixed relationships less than a quarter of a century ago, and, incidentally, not very successfully. So, show me a human now who hasn't a dash of she-ihir, the blood of the elder race. Villibert visibly turned red. Vera Löwenhaupt also flushed. Wizard Radcliffe bowed his head and coughed. And, most interestingly, the beautiful elf in the ermine toque blushed too. We are all children of Mother Earth. The grey-haired druid's voice resounded in the silence. We are children of Mother Nature. And though we do not respect our mother, though we often worry her and cause her pain, though we break her heart, she loves us all. Let us remember that, we who are assembled here in this seat of friendship. And let us not bicker over which of us was here first. Acorn was the first to be thrown up by the waves, and from Acorn sprouted the great Bleoveris, the oldest of oaks. Standing beneath its crown, amongst its primordial roots, let us not forget our own brotherly roots, the earth from which these roots grow. Let us remember the words of poet Dandelian's song. "Exactly!" exclaimed Vera Löwenhaupt. "And where is he?" "He's fled," ascertained Sheldon Skaggs, gazing at the empty place under the oak. "Taken the money and fled without saying good-bye. Very elf-like." "Dwarf-like?" squealed Ironware. "Human-like," corrected the tall elf, and the beauty in the talk rested her head against his shoulder. "Hey, minstrel," said Mamma Lantieri, striding into the room without knocking, the scents of hyacinths, sweat, beer, and smoked bacon wafting before her. "You've got a guest. Enter, noble gentleman." Dandelion smoothed his hair and sat up in the enormous carved armchair. The two girls sitting on his lap quickly jumped up, covering their charms and pulling down their disordered clothes. The Modesty of Harlots, thought the poet, was not at all a bad title for a ballad. He got to his feet, fastened his belt, and pulled on his doublet, all the while looking at the nobleman standing at the threshold. "Indeed," he remarked, "you know how to find me anywhere, though you rarely pick an opportune moment. You're lucky I'd not yet decided which of these two beauties I prefer, and at your prices, Lantieri, I cannot afford them both." Mamma Lantieri smiled in sympathy and clapped her hands. Both girls, a fair-skinned, freckled islander and a dark-haired half-elf, swiftly left the room. The man at the door removed his cloak and handed it to Mamma, along with a small but well-filled money-bag. "Forgive me, master," he said, approaching the table and making himself comfortable. "I know this is not a good time to disturb you, but you disappeared out from beneath the oak so quickly. I did not catch you on the high road, as I had intended, and did not immediately come across your tracks in this little town. I'll not take much of your time, believe me." "They always say that, and it's always a lie," the bard interrupted. "Leave us alone, Lantieri, and see to it we're not disturbed." "I'm listening, sir." The man scrutinized him. He had dark, damp, almost tearful eyes, a pointed nose, and ugly, narrow lips. "I'll come to the point without wasting your time," he declared, waiting for the door to close behind Mamma. "Your ballads interest me, master. To be more specific, certain characters of which you sang interest me. I am concerned with the true fate of your ballad's heroes. If I am not mistaken, the true destinies of real people inspired the beautiful work I heard beneath the oak tree. I have in mind little Cyrilla of Cintra, Queen Calanthe's granddaughter." Dandelion gazed at the ceiling, drumming his fingers on the table. "Honoured sir," he said dryly, "you are interested in strange matters. You ask strange questions. Something tells me you are not the person I took you to be." "And who did you take me to be, if I may ask?" "I'm not sure you may. It depends if you are about to convey greetings to me from any mutual friends. You should have done so initially, but somehow you have forgotten." "I did not forget at all." The man reached into the breast pocket of his sepia-coloured velvet tunic and pulled out a money-bag, somewhat larger than the one he had handed the procuress, but just as well filled, which clinked as it touched the table. "We simply have no mutual friends, Dandelion. But might this purse not suffice to mitigate the lack?" "And what do you intend to buy with this meagre purse?" The troubadour pouted. "Mamma Lantieri's entire brothel and all the land surrounding it?" "Let us say that I intend to support the arts and an artist, in order to chat with the artist about his work." "You love art so much, do you, dear sir?" Is it so vital for you to talk to an artist that you press money on him before you've even introduced yourself, and in doing so break the most elementary rules of courtesy? At the beginning of our conversation, the stranger's dark eyes narrowed imperceptibly. My anonymity did not bother you, and now it is starting to. I am not ashamed of my name, said the man, a faint smile appearing on his narrow lips. I am called Ryons. You do not know me, Master Dandelion, and that is no surprise. You are too famous and well known to know all of your admirers. Yet everyone who admires your talents feels he knows you so well that a certain degree of familiarity is permissible. This applies to me too. I know it is a misconception, so please, graciously forgive me. I graciously forgive you. Then I can count on you agreeing to answer a few questions. No, you cannot, interrupted the poet, putting on airs. Now, if you will graciously forgive me, I am not willing to discuss the subjects of my work, its inspiration or its characters, fictitious or otherwise. To do so would deprive poetry of its poetic veneer and lead to triteness. Is that so? It certainly is. For example, if, having sung the ballad about the miller's merry wife, I were to announce it's really about Zvirka, Miller Loach's wife, and I included an announcement that Zvirka can most easily be bedded every Thursday, because on Thursdays the miller goes to market, it would no longer be poetry. It would be either rhyming couplets or foul slander. I understand, Ryons said quickly, but perhaps that is a bad example. I am not, after all, interested in anyone's peccadilloes or sins. You will not slander anyone by answering my questions. All I need is one small piece of information. What really happened to Cirilla, the Queen of Cintra's granddaughter? Many people claim she was killed during the siege of the town. There are even eyewitnesses to support the claim. From your ballad, however, it would appear that the child survived. I am truly interested to know if this is your imagination at work, or the truth. True or false? I'm extremely pleased you're so interested. Dandelion smiled broadly. You may laugh, Master, whatever your name is, but that was precisely what I intended when I composed the ballad. I wished to excite my listeners and arouse their curiosity. True or false? Repeated Ryons coldly. If I were to give that away, I would destroy the impact of my work. Goodbye, my friend. You have used up all the time I can spare you, and 2 of my many inspirations are waiting out there, wondering which of them I will choose. Ryons remained silent for a long while, making no move to leave. He stared at the poet with his unfriendly, moist eyes, and the poet felt a growing unease. A merry din came from the bawdy house's main room, punctuated from time to time by high-pitched feminine giggles. Dandelion turned his head away, pretending to show derisive haughtiness, but, in fact, he was judging the distance to the corner of the room, and the tapestry showing a nymph sprinkling her breasts with water poured from a jug. Dandelion. Ryons finally spoke, slipping his hand back into the pocket of his sepia-coloured tunic. Answer my questions. Please. I have to know the answer. It's incredibly important to me. To you, too, believe me. Because if you answer of your own free will, then what? A hideous grimace crept over Ryons's narrow lips. Then I won't have to force you to speak. Now listen, you scoundrel. Dandelion stood up and pretended to pull a threatening face. I loathe violence and force, but I'm going to call Mamma Lantieri in a minute, and she will call a certain Grutzilla, who fulfills the honourable and responsible role of bouncer in this establishment. He is a true artist in his field. He'll kick your ass so hard you'll soar over the town groups with such magnificence that the few people passing by at this hour will take you for a Pegasus. Ryons made an abrupt gesture, and something glistened in his hand. Are you sure, he asked, you'll have time to call her? Dandelion had no intention of checking if he would have time, nor did he intend to wait. Before the stiletto had locked in Ryons's hand, Dandelion had taken a long leap to the corner of the room, dived under the nymph tapestry, kicked open a secret door, and rushed headlong down the winding stairs, nimbly steering himself with the aid of the well-worn banisters. Ryance darted after him, but the poet was sure of himself. He knew the secret passage like the back of his hand, having used it numerous times to flee creditors, jealous husbands, and furious rivals, from whom he had, from time to time, stolen rhymes and tunes. He knew that after the third turning, he would be able to grope for a revolving door, behind which there was a ladder leading down to the cellar. He was sure that his persecutor would be unable to stop in time, would run on, and step on a trapdoor through which he would fall and land in the pigsty. He was equally sure that, bruised, covered in shit and mauled by the pigs, his persecutor would give up the chase. Dandelion was mistaken, as was usually the case whenever he was too confident. Something flashed a sudden blue behind his back, and the poet felt his limbs grow numb, lifeless and stiff. He couldn't slow down for the revolving door, his legs wouldn't obey him. He yelled and rolled down the stairs, bumping against the walls of the little corridor. The trapdoor opened beneath him with a dry crack, and the troubadour tumbled down into the darkness and stench. Before thumping his head on the dirt floor and losing consciousness, he remembered Mamma Lantieri saying something about the pigsty being repaired. The pain in his constricted wrists and shoulders, cruelly twisted in their joints, brought him back to his senses. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. It felt as though his mouth had been stuck up with clay. He was kneeling on the dirt floor, with a creaking rope hauling him up by his wrists. He tried to stand, wanting to ease the pressure on his shoulders, but his legs too were tied together. Choking and suffocating, he somehow struggled to his feet, helped considerably by the rope which tugged mercilessly at him. Ryance was standing in front of him, and his evil eyes glinted in the light of a lantern, held aloft by an unshaven ruffian who stood over 6 feet tall. Another ruffian, probably no shorter, stood behind him. Dandelion could hear his breathing, and caught a whiff of stale sweat. It was the reeking man who tugged on the rope, looped over a roof beam, and fastened to the poet's wrists. Dandelion's feet tore off the dirt floor. The poet whistled through his nose, unable to do anything more. "Enough!" Ryance snapped at last. He spoke almost immediately, yet it had seemed an age to Dandelion. The bard's feet touched the ground, but, despite his most heartfelt desire, he could not kneel again. The tight-drawn rope was still holding him as taut as a string. Ryance came closer. There was not even a trace of emotion on his face. The damp eyes had not changed their expression in the least. His tone of voice, too, remained calm, quiet, even a little bored. "You nasty rhymester, you runt, you scum, you arrogant nobody. You tried to run from me. No one has escaped me yet. We haven't finished our conversation, you clown, you sheep's head. I asked you a question under much pleasanter circumstances than these. Now you are going to answer all my questions, and in far less pleasant circumstances. Am I right?" Dandelion nodded eagerly. Only now did Ryance smile and make a sign. The bard squealed helplessly, feeling the rope tighten and his arms twisted backwards, cracking in their joints. "You can't talk," Ryance confirmed, still smiling loathsomely. "And it hurts, doesn't it? For the moment, you should know I'm having you strung up like this for my own pleasure, just because I love watching people suffer. Go on, just a little higher." Dandelion was wheezing so hard he almost choked. "Enough!" Ryance finally ordered, then approached the poet and grabbed him by his shirt ruffles. "Listen to me, you little cock. I'm going to lift the spell so you can talk. But if you try to raise your charming voice any louder than necessary, you'll be sorry." He made a gesture with his hand, touched the poet's cheek with his ring, and Dandelion felt sensation return to his jaw, tongue, and palate. "Now," Ryance continued quietly, "I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you're going to answer them quickly, fluently, and comprehensively. And if you stammer or hesitate even for a moment, if you give me the slightest reason to doubt the truth of your words, then look down." Dandelion obeyed. He discovered to his horror that a short rope had been tied to the knots around his ankles, with a bucket full of lime attached to the other end. "If I have you pulled any higher," Ryance smiled cruelly. "And this bucket lifts with you. Then you will probably never regain the feeling in your hands. After that, I doubt you will be capable of playing anything on a lute. I really doubt it. So, I think you'll talk to me. Am I right?" Dandelion didn't agree, because he couldn't move his head or find his voice out of sheer fright. But Ryance did not seem to require confirmation. "It is to be understood," he stated, "that I will know immediately if you are telling the truth. If you try to trick me, I will realize straight away, and I won't be fooled by any poetic ploys or vague erudition. This is a trifle for me, just as paralyzing you on the stairs was a trifle. So I advise you to weigh each word with care, you piece of scum. So, let's get on with it and stop wasting time. As you know, I'm interested in the heroine of one of your beautiful ballads, Queen Calanthe of Cintra's granddaughter, Princess Cirilla, endearingly known as Ciri. According to eyewitnesses, this little person died during the siege of the town 2 years ago, whereas in your ballad you so vividly and touchingly described her meeting a strange, almost legendary individual, the Witcher, Geralt or Geralt. Leaving the poetic drivel about destiny and the decrees of fate aside from the rest of the ballad, it seems the child survived the Battle of Cintra in one piece. Is that true?" I don't know," moaned Dandelion. "By all the gods, I'm only a poet. I've heard this and that, and the rest, well, the rest I invented. Made it up. I don't know anything." The bard howled on seeing Ryance give a sign to the reeking man and feeling the rope tighten. "I'm not lying!" "True," Ryance nodded. "You're not lying outright. I would have sensed it. But you are beating about the bush. You wouldn't have thought the ballad up just like that, not without reason. And you do know the Witcher, after all. You have often been seen in his company. So talk, Dandelion, if you treasure your joints. Everything you know." "This Ciri," panted the poet, "was destined for the Witcher. She's a so-called child surprise. You must have heard it. The story's well known. Her parents swore to hand her over to the Witcher." "Her parents are supposed to have handed the child over to that crazed mutant, that murderous mercenary. You're lying, rhymester. Keep such tales for women." "That's what happened. I swear on my mother's soul," sobbed Dandelion. "I have it from a reliable source. The Witcher—" "Talk about the girl. For the moment I'm not interested in the Witcher." "I don't know anything about the girl. I only know that the Witcher was going to fetch her from Cintra when the war broke out. I met him at the time. He heard about the massacre, about Galanthe's death from me. He asked me about the child, the Queen's granddaughter. But I knew everyone in Cintra was killed. Not a single soul in the last bastion survived." "Go on. Fewer metaphors, more hard facts." "When the Witcher learned of the massacre and fall of Cintra, he forsook his journey. We both escaped north. We parted ways in Hengfors, and I haven't seen him since. But because he talked on the way a bit about this Ciri, or whatever her name is, and about destiny, well, I made up this ballad. I don't know any more, I swear." Ryance scowled at him. "And where is this Witcher now?" he asked. "This hired monster murderer, this poetic butcher who likes to discuss destiny." "I told you, the last time I saw him—" "I know what you said," Ryance interrupted. "I listened carefully to what you said, and now you're going to listen carefully to me. Answer my questions precisely. The question is, if no one has seen Geralt or Gerald, the Witcher, for over a year, where is he hiding? Where does he usually hide?" "I don't know where it is," the troubadour said quickly. "I'm not lying. I really don't know." "Too quick, Dandelion. Too quick." Ryance smiled ominously. "Too eager. You are cunning, but not careful enough. You don't know where it is, you say. But I warrant you know what it is." Dandelion clenched his teeth with anger and despair. "Well?" Ryance made a sign to the reeking man. Where is the Witcher hiding? What is the place called? The poet remained silent. The rope tightened, twisting his hands painfully, and his feet left the ground. Dandelion let out a howl, brief and broken, because Ryance's wizardly ring immediately gagged him. Higher! Higher! Ryance rested his hands on his hips. You know, Dandelion, I could use magic to sound out your mind, but it's exhausting. Besides, I like seeing people's eyes pop out of their sockets from pain. And you're going to tell me anyway. Dandelion knew he would. The rope secured to his ankles grew taut. The bucket of lime scraped along the ground. Sir, said the first ruffian suddenly, covering the lantern with his cloak and peering through the gap in the pigsty door. Someone's coming. A lass, I think. You know what to do, Ryance hissed. Put the lantern out. The reeking man released the rope, and Dandelion tumbled inertly to the ground, falling in such a way that he could see the man with the lantern standing at the door, and the reeking man, a long knife in his hand, lying in wait on the other side. Light broke in from the bawdy house through gaps in the planks, and the poet heard the singing and hubbub. The door to the pigsty creaked open, revealing a short figure wrapped in a cloak and wearing a round, tightly fitting cap. After a moment's hesitation, the woman crossed the threshold. The reeking man threw himself at her, slashing forcefully with his knife, and tumbled to his knees as the knife met with no resistance, passing through the figure's throat as though through a cloud of smoke. Because the figure really was a cloud of smoke, one which was already starting to disperse. But before it completely vanished, another figure burst into the pigsty, indistinct, dark, and nimble as a weasel. Dandelion saw it throw a cloak at the lantern man, jump over the reeking one, saw something glisten in its hand, and heard the reeking man wheeze and choke savagely. The lantern man disentangled himself from the cloak, jumped, took a swing with his knife. A fiery lightning bolt shot from the dark figure with a hiss, slapped over the tough's face and chest with a crack, and spread over him like flaming oil. The ruffian screamed piercingly, and the grim reek of burning meat filled the pigsty. Then Ryance attacked. The spell he cast illuminated the darkness with a bluish flash, in which Dandelion saw a slender woman wearing man's clothes, gesticulating strangely with both hands. He only glimpsed her for a second, before the blue glow disappeared with a bang and a blinding flash. Ryance fell back with a roar of fury and collapsed onto the wooden pigsty walls, breaking them with a crash. The woman, dressed in man's clothing, leapt after him, a stiletto flashing in her hand. The pigsty filled with brightness again, this time golden, beaming from a bright oval which suddenly appeared in the air. Dandelion saw Ryance spring up from the dusty floor, leap into the oval, and immediately disappear. The oval dimmed, but before it went out entirely, the woman ran up to it, shouting incomprehensibly, stretching out her hand. Something crackled and rustled, and the dying oval boiled with roaring flames for a moment. A muffled sound, as if coming from a great distance, reached Dandelion's ears, a sound very much like a scream of pain. The oval went out completely, and darkness engulfed the pigsty again. The poet felt the power which gagged him disappear. "Help!" he howled. "Help!" "Stop yelling, Dandelion," said the woman, kneeling next to him and slicing through the knots with Ryance's stiletto. "Yennefer? Is that you?" "Surely you're not going to say you don't remember how I look, and I'm sure my voice is not unfamiliar to your musical ear. Can you get up? They didn't break any bones, did they?" Dandelion stood with difficulty, groaned and stretched his aching shoulders. "What's with them?" He indicated the bodies lying on the ground. "We'll check." The enchantress snicked the stiletto shut. "One of them should still be alive. I have a few questions for him." "This one?" The troubadour stood over the reeking man. "Probably still lives?" "I doubt it," said Yennefer indifferently. "I severed his windpipe and carotid artery. There might still be a little murmur in him, but not for long." Dandelion shuddered. "You slashed his throat." "If, out of inborn caution, I hadn't sent an illusion in first, I would be the one lying there now. Let's look at the other one. Bloody hell. Such a sturdy fellow, and he still couldn't take it. Pity, pity. He's dead too. He couldn't take the shock. I fried him a little too hard. See, even his teeth are charred. What's the matter with you, Dandelion? Are you going to be sick?" "I am," the poet replied indistinctly, bending over and leaning his forehead against the pigsty wall. "That's everything?" The enchantress put her tumbler down and reached for the skewer of roast chickens. "You haven't lied about anything, haven't forgotten anything." "Nothing, apart from thank you. Thank you, Yennefer." She looked him in the eyes and nodded her head lightly, making her glistening black curls writhe and cascade down to her shoulders. She slipped the roast chicken onto a trencher and began dividing it skillfully. She used a knife and fork. Dandelion had only known one person up until then who could eat a chicken with a knife and fork as skillfully. Now he knew how and from whom Geralt had learnt the knack. Well, he thought, no wonder. After all, he did live with her for a year in Vengerberg, and before he left her, she had instilled a number of strange things into him. He pulled the other chicken from the skewer, and without a second thought, ripped off a thigh and began eating it, pointedly holding it with both hands. "How did you know?" he asked. "How did you arrive with help on time?" "I was beneath Blairveris during your performance. I didn't see you. I didn't want to be seen. Then I followed you into town. I waited here in the tavern. It wasn't fitting, after all, for me to follow you into that haven of dubious delight and certain gonorrhea. But I eventually became impatient and was wandering around the yard when I thought I heard voices coming from the pigsty. I sharpened my hearing, and it turned out it wasn't, as I'd first thought, some sodomite, but you." "Hey, innkeeper, more wine, if you please." "At your command, honoured lady. Quick as a flash." "The same as before, please, but this time without the water. I can only tolerate water in a bath. In wine I find it quite loathsome. At your service, at your service." Yennefer pushed her plate aside. There was still enough meat on the chicken, Dandelion noticed, to feed the innkeeper and his family for breakfast. A knife and fork were certainly elegant and refined, but they weren't very effective. "Thank you," he repeated, "for rescuing me. That cursed Ryance wouldn't have spared my life. He'd have squeezed everything from me and then butchered me like a sheep." "Yes, I think he would." She poured herself in the bath some wine, then raised her tumbler. "So, let's drink to your rescue and health, Dandelion." "And to yours, Yennefer," he toasted her in return. "To health, for which, as of today, I shall pray whenever the occasion arises. I'm indebted to you, beautiful lady, and I shall repay the debt in my songs. I shall explode the myth which claims wizards are insensitive to the pain of others, that they are rarely eager to help poor, unfortunate, unfamiliar mortals." "What to do?" She smiled, half shutting her beautiful violet eyes. "The myth has some justification. It did not spring from nowhere. But you're not a stranger, Dandelion. I know you, and like you." "Really?" The poet smiled too. "You've been good at concealing it up until now. I've even heard the rumour that you can't stand me. I quote, any more than the plague." "It was the case once." The enchantress suddenly grew serious. "Later my opinion changed. Later, I was grateful to you." "What for, if I may ask?" "Never mind," she said, toying with the empty tumbler. "Let us get back to more important questions. Those you were asked in the pigsty while your arms were being twisted out of their sockets. What really happened, Dandelion? Have you really not seen Geralt since you fled the banks of the Yaruga? Did you really not know he returned south after the war? That he was seriously wounded? So seriously, there were even rumours of his death. Didn't you know anything?" "No, I didn't. I stayed in Pont Varnis for a long time, in Esterad Thyssen's court, and then at Niedermere's in Hengfors." "You didn't know?" The enchantress nodded and unfastened her tunic. A black velvet ribbon wound around her neck, an obsidian star set with diamonds hanging from it. "You didn't know that when his wounds healed, Geralt went to Trance River? You can't guess who he was looking for?" "That I can, but I don't know if he found her." "You don't know," she repeated. "You, who usually know everything, and then sing about everything, even such intimate matters as someone else's feelings. I listened to your ballads beneath Blairveris, Dandelion. You dedicated a good few verses to me." "Poetry," he muttered, staring at the chicken, "has its rights. No one should be offended." "Hair like a raven's wing as a storm in the night," quoted Yennefer with exaggerated emphasis. "And in the violet eyes sleep lightning bolts. Isn't that how it went?" "That's how I remembered you." The poet smiled faintly. "May the first who wishes to claim the description is untrue throw the first stone." Only I don't know. The enchantress pinched her lips together. Who gave you permission to describe my internal organs? How did it go? Her heart as though a jewel adorned her neck, hard as if of diamond made, and as a diamond so unfeeling, sharper than obsidian cutting. Did you make that up yourself? Or perhaps... Her lips quivered, twisted. Or perhaps you listened to someone's confidences and grievances. Dandelion cleared his throat and veered away from the dangerous subject. Tell me, Yennefer, when did you last see Geralt? A long time ago. After the war? After the war. Yennefer's voice changed a little. No, I never saw him after the war. For a long time, I didn't see anybody. Well, back to the point, poet. I am a little surprised to discover that you do not know anything, you have not heard anything, and that in spite of this, someone searching for information picked you out to stretch over a beam. Doesn't that worry you? It does. Listen to me, she said sharply, banging her tumbler against the table. Listen carefully. Strike that ballad from your repertoire. Do not sing it again. Are you talking about... You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Sing about the war against Nilfgaard. Sing about Geralt and me. You'll neither harm nor help anyone in the process. You'll make nothing any better or worse. But do not sing about the lion cub of Cintra. She glanced around to check if any of the few customers at this hour were eavesdropping, and waited until the lass, clearing up, had returned to the kitchen. And do try to avoid one-to-one meetings with people you don't know, she said quietly. People who forget to introduce themselves by conveying greetings from a mutual acquaintance. Understand? He looked at her, surprised. Yennefer smiled. Greetings from Dijkstra, Dandelion. Now the bard glanced around timidly. His astonishment must have been evident, and his expression amusing, because the sorceress allowed herself a quite derisive grimace. While we are on the subject, she whispered, leaning across the table, Dijkstra is asking for a report. You're on your way back from Verden, and he's interested in hearing what's being said at King Ervil's court. He asked me to convey that this time your report should be to the point, detailed, and under no circumstances in verse. Prose, Dandelion, prose. The poet swallowed and nodded. He remained silent, pondering the question. But the enchantress anticipated him. Difficult times are approaching, she said quietly. Difficult and dangerous. A time of change is coming. It would be a shame to grow old with the uncomfortable conviction that one had done nothing to ensure that these changes are for the better. Don't you agree? He agreed with a nod and cleared his throat. Yennefer, I'm listening, poet. Those men in the pigsty. I would like to know who they were, what they wanted, who sent them. You killed them both. But rumour has it that you can draw information even from the dead. And doesn't rumour also have it that necromancy is forbidden by edict of the chapter? Let it go, Dandelion. Those thugs probably didn't know much anyway. The one who escaped... he's another matter. Ryons? He was a wizard, wasn't he? Yes, but not a very proficient one. Yet he managed to escape from you. I saw how he did it. He teleported, didn't he? Doesn't that prove anything? Indeed it does. That someone helped him. Ryons had neither the time nor the strength to open an oval portal suspended in the air. A portal like that is no joke. It's clear that someone else opened it. Someone far more powerful. That's why I was afraid to chase him, not knowing where I would land. But I sent some pretty hot stuff after him. He's going to need a lot of spells and some effective burn elixirs, and will remain marked for some time. Maybe you will be interested to hear that he was a Nilfgaardian. You think so? Yennefer sat up, and with a swift movement pulled the stiletto from her pocket and turned it in her palm. A lot of people carry Nilfgaardian knives now. They're comfortable and handy. They can even be hidden in a cleavage. It's not the knife. When he was questioning me, he used the term battle for Cintra, conquest of the town, or something along those lines. I've never heard anyone describe those events like that. For us, it has always been a massacre. The massacre of Cintra. No one refers to it by any other name. The magician raised her hand, scrutinized her nails. Clever, Dandelion. You have a sensitive ear. It's a professional hazard. I wonder which profession you have in mind. She smiled coquettishly, but thank you for the information. It was valuable. Let it be, he replied with a smile, my contribution to making changes for the better. Tell me, Yennefer, why is Nilfgaard so interested in Geralt and the girl from Cintra? Don't stick your nose into that business. She suddenly turned serious. I said you were to forget you ever heard of Calanthe's granddaughter. Indeed you did, but I'm not searching for a subject for a ballad. What the hell are you searching for, then? Trouble? Let's take it, he said quietly, resting his chin on his clasped hands and looking the enchantress in the eye. Let's take it that Geralt did, in fact, find and rescue the child. Let's take it that he finally came to believe in the power of destiny and took the child with him. Where to? Ryots tried to force it out of me with torture. But you know, Yennefer, you know where the Witcher is hiding. I do. And you know how to get there. I know that too. Don't you think he should be warned? Warned that the likes of Ryots are looking for him, and the little girl. I would go, but I honestly don't know where it is. That place whose name I prefer not to say. Get to the point, Dandelion. If you know where Geralt is, you ought to go and warn him. You owe him that, Yennefer. There was, after all, something between you. Yes, she acknowledged coldly. There was something between us. That's why I know him a bit. He does not like having help imposed on him, and if he was in need of it, he would seek it from those he could trust. A year has gone by since those events, and I've not had any news from him, and as for our debt, I owe him exactly as much as he owes me, no more and no less. So I'll go then. He raised his head high. Tell me. I won't, she interrupted. Your cover's blown, Dandelion. They might come after you again. The less you know, the better. Banish from here. Go to Redania, to Dijkstra and Philippa Eilhart. Stick to Vishimir's court. And I warn you once more, forget the lion cub of Cintra. Forget about Ciri. Pretend you have never heard the name. Do as I ask. I wouldn't like anything bad to happen to you. I like you too much. Owe you too much. You've said that already. What do you owe me, Yennefer? The sorceress turned her head away, did not say anything for a while. You travelled with him, she said finally. Thanks to you, he was not alone. You were a friend to him. You were with him. The bard lowered his eyes. He didn't get much from it, he muttered. He didn't get much from our friendship. He had little but trouble because of me. He constantly had to get me out of some scrape. Help me. She leaned across the table, put her hand on his and squeezed it, hard, without saying anything. Her eyes held regret. Go to Redania, she repeated after a moment. To Traitor Gore. Stay in Dijkstra's and Philippa's care. Don't play at being a hero. You have got yourself mixed up in a dangerous affair, Dandelion. I've noticed. He grimaced and rubbed his aching shoulder. And that is precisely why I believe Geralt should be warned. You're the only one who knows where to look for him. You know the way. I guess you used to be a guest there? Yennefer turned away. Dandelion saw her lips pinch, the muscles in her cheek quiver. Yes, in the past, she said, and there was something elusive and strange in her voice. I used to be a guest there, sometimes, but never uninvited. The wind howled savagely, rippling through the grasses growing over the ruins, rustling in the hawthorn bushes and tall nettles. Clouds sped across the sphere of the moon, momentarily illuminating the great castle, drenching the moat and few remaining walls in a pale glow, undulating with shadows, and revealing mounds of skulls baring their broken teeth and staring into nothingness through the black holes of their eye sockets. Ciri squealed sharply and hid her face in the witch's cloak. The mare, prodded on by the witch's heels, carefully stepped over a pile of bricks and passed through the broken arcade. Her horseshoes, ringing against the flagstones, awoke weird echoes between the walls, muffled by the howling gale. Ciri trembled, digging her hands into the horse's mane. "I'm frightened," she whispered. "There's nothing to be frightened of," replied the Witcher, laying his hand on her shoulder. "It's hard to find a safer place in the whole world. This is Caer Moren, the Witcher's Keep. There used to be a beautiful castle here, a long time ago." She did not reply, bowing her head low. The Witcher's mare, called Roach, snorted quietly, as if she too wanted to reassure the girl. They immersed themselves in a dark abyss, in a long, unending black tunnel, dotted with columns and arcades. Roach stepped confidently and willingly, ignoring the impenetrable darkness, and her horseshoes rang brightly against the floor. In front of them, at the end of the tunnel, a straight, vertical line suddenly flared with a red light. Growing taller and wider, it became a door beyond which was a faint glow, the flickering brightness of torches stuck in iron mounts on the walls. A black figure stood framed in the door, blurred by the brightness. "Who comes?" Ciri heard a menacing, metallic voice, which sounded like a dog's bark. "Geralt?" "Yes, Eskel. It's me. Come in." The Witcher dismounted, took Ciri from the saddle, stood her on the ground, and pressed a bundle into her little hands, which she grabbed tightly, only regretting that it was too small for her to hide behind completely. "Wait here with Eskel," he said. "I'll take Roach to the stables." "Come into the light, laddie," growled the man called Eskel. "Don't lurk in the dark." Ciri looked up into his face and barely restrained her frightened scream. He wasn't human. Although he stood on two legs, although he smelled of sweat and smoke, although he wore ordinary human clothes, he was not human. "No human can have a face like that," she thought. "Well, what are you waiting for?" repeated Eskel. She didn't move. In the darkness, she heard the clatter of Roach's horseshoes grow fainter. Something soft and squeaking ran over her foot. She jumped. "Don't loiter in the dark, or the rats will eat your boots." Still clinging to her bundle, Ciri moved briskly towards the light. The rats bolted out from beneath her feet with a squeak. Eskel leaned over, took the package from her, and pulled back her hood. "A plague on it," he muttered. "A girl. That's all we need." She glanced at him, frightened. Eskel was smiling. She saw that he was human after all, that he had an entirely human face, deformed by a long, ugly, semicircular scar running from the corner of his mouth across the length of his cheek up to the ear. "Since you're here, welcome to Caer Moren," he said. "What do they call you?" "Ciri," Geralt replied for her, silently emerging from the darkness. Eskel turned around. Suddenly, quickly, wordlessly, the Witchers fell into each other's arms and wound their shoulders around each other tight and hard for one brief moment. "Wolf, you're alive." "I am." "All right." Eskel took a torch from his bracket. "Come on. I'm closing the inner gates to stop the heat escaping." They walked along the corridor. There were rats here too. They flitted under the walls, squeaked from the dark abyss, from the branching passages, and skittered before the swaying circle of light thrown by the torch. Ciri walked quickly, trying to keep up with the men. "Who's wintering here, Eskel, apart from Vesemir?" "Lambert and Cohen." They descended a steep and slippery flight of stairs. A gleam was visible below them. Ciri heard voices, detected the smell of smoke. The hall was enormous, and flooded with light from a huge hearth roaring with flames, which were being sucked up into the heart of the chimney. The centre of the hall was taken up by an enormous heavy table. At least 10 people could sit around that table. There were 3. 3 humans. 3 witches, Ciri corrected herself. She saw nothing but their silhouettes against the fire in the hearth. "Greetings, Wolf. We've been waiting for you." "Greetings, Vesemir. Greetings, lads. It's good to be home again." "Who have you brought us?" Geralt was silent for a moment. Then he put his hand on Ciri's shoulder and lightly pushed her forward. She walked awkwardly, hesitantly, huddled up and hunched, her head lowered. "I'm frightened," she thought. "I'm very frightened. When Geralt found me, when he took me with him, I thought the fear wouldn't come back. I thought it had passed. And now, instead of being at home, I'm in this terrible, dark, ruined old castle full of rats and dreadful echoes. I'm standing in front of a red wall of fire again. I see sinister black figures. I see dreadful, menacing, glistening eyes staring at me." "Who is this child, Wolf? Who is this girl?" "She's my—" Geralt suddenly stammered. She felt his strong, hard hands on her shoulders, and suddenly the fear disappeared, vanished without a trace. The roaring red fire gave out warmth, only warmth. The black silhouettes were the silhouettes of friends, carers. Their glistening eyes expressed curiosity, concern, and unease. Geralt's hands clenched over her shoulders. "She's our destiny." Verily, there is nothing so hideous as the monsters, so contrary to nature, known as witches, for they are the offspring of foul sorcery and devilry. They are rogues without virtue, conscience, or scruple, true diabolic creations fit only for killing. There is no place amidst honest men for such as they. And Kaer Morhen, where these infamous beings nestle, where they perform their foul practices, must be wiped from the surface of this earth, and all trace of it strewn with salt and saltpetre. Anonymous, Monstrum, or Description of the Witcher. Intolerance and superstition has always been the domain of the more stupid amongst the common folk, and, I conjecture, will never be uprooted, for they are as eternal as stupidity itself. There, where mountains tower today, one day there will be seas. There, where today seas surge, will one day be deserts. But stupidity will remain stupidity. Nicodemus de Boot, Meditations on Life, Happiness, and Prosperity. Chapter 2. Triss Merigold blew into her frozen hands, wriggled her fingers, and murmured a magic formula. Her horse, a gelding, immediately reacted to the spell, snorting and turning its head, looking at the enchantress with eyes made watery by the cold and wind. "You've got two options, old thing," said Triss, pulling on her gloves. "Either you get used to magic, or I sell you to some peasants to pull a plough." The gelding pricked up its ears, snorted vapour through its nostrils, and obediently started down the wooded mountainside. The magician leaned over in the saddle, avoiding being lashed by the frosty branches. The magic worked quickly. She stopped feeling the sting of cold in her elbows and on her neck, and the unpleasant sensation of cold which had made her hunch her shoulders and draw her head in disappeared. The spell, warming her, also muffled the hunger which had been eating at her for several hours. Triss cheered up, made herself comfortable in the saddle, and, with greater attention than before, started to take stock of her surroundings. Ever since she had left the beaten track, she had been guided by the greyish-white wall of mountains and their snow-capped summits, which glistened gold in those rare moments when the sun pierced the clouds, usually in the morning or just before sunset. Now that she was closer to the mountain chain, she had to take greater care. The land around Kaer Morhen was famous for its wildness and inaccessibility, and the gap in the granite wall that was a vital landmark was not easy for an inexperienced eye to find. It was enough to turn down one of the numerous gullies and gorges to lose sight of it, and even she, who knew the land, knew the way, and knew where to look for the pass, could not allow herself to lose her concentration for an instant. The forest came to an end. A wide valley opened before the enchantress, strewn with boulders which ran across the valley to the sheer mountain slope on the other side. The Gwenllech, the river of white stones, flowed down the heart of the valley, foam seething between the boulders and logs, washed along by the current. Here, in its upper reaches, the Gwenllech was no more than a wide but shallow stream. Up here it could be crossed without any difficulty. Lower down in Caedwen, in its middle reaches, the river was an insurmountable obstacle, rushing and breaking against the beds of its deep chasms. The gelding, driven into the water, hastened its step, clearly wanting to reach the opposite bank as quickly as possible. Triss held it back lightly. The stream was shallow, reaching just above the horse's fetlocks, but the pebbles covering the bed were slippery, and the current was sharp and quick. The water churned and foamed around her mount's legs. The magician looked up at the sky. The growing cold and increasing wind here in the mountains could herald a blizzard, and she did not find the prospect of spending yet another night in a grotto or rocky nook too attractive. She could, if she had to, continue her journey even through a blizzard. She could locate the path using telepathy. She could, using magic, make herself insensitive to the cold. She could, if she had to, but she preferred not to have to. Luckily, Caer Morhen was already close. Triss urged the gelding onto flat scree, over an enormous heap of stones washed down by glaciers and streams, and rode into a narrow pass between rocky outcrops. The gorge walls rose vertically, and seemed to meet high above her, only divided by a narrow line of sky. It grew warmer. The wind, howling above the rocks, could no longer reach to lash and sting at her. The pass broadened, leading through a ravine, and then into the valley, opening onto a huge depression, covered by forest, which stretched out amidst jagged boulders. The magician ignored the gentle, accessible depression rim, and rode down towards the forest, into the thick backwoods. Dry branches cracked under the gelding's hooves. Forced to step over fallen tree trunks, the horse snorted, danced, and stamped. Triss pulled at the reins, tugged at her mount's shaggy ear, and scolded it harshly with spiteful allusions to its lameness. The steed, looking for all the world as though it were ashamed of itself, walked with a more even and sprightly gait, and picked its way through the thicket. Before long, they emerged onto clearer land, riding along the trough of a stream which barely trickled along the ravine bed. The magician looked around carefully, finally finding what she was looking for. Over the gully, supported horizontally by enormous boulders, lay a mighty tree trunk, dark, bare, and turning green with moss. Triss rode closer, wanting to make sure this was, indeed, the trail, and not a tree accidentally felled in a gale. But she spied a narrow, indistinct pathway disappearing into the woods. She could not be mistaken. This was definitely the trail, a path encircling the old castle of Caer Morhen, and beset with obstacles, where witches trained to improve their running speeds and controlled breathing. The path was known as the Trail, but Triss knew young witches had given it their own name, the Killer. She clung to the horse's neck and slowly rode under the trunk. At that moment, she heard stones grating and the fast, light footsteps of someone running. She turned in her saddle, pulled on the reins, and waited for the witcher to run out onto the log. A witcher did run out onto the log, flitted along it like an arrow without slowing down, without even using his arms to aid his balance, running nimbly, fluently, with incredible grace. He flashed by, approaching and disappearing amongst the trees without disturbing a single branch. Triss sighed loudly, shaking her head in disbelief, because the witcher, judging by his height and build, was only about 12. The magician eased the reins, nudged the horse with her heels, and trotted upstream. She knew the trail cut across the ravine once more, at a spot known as the Gullet. She wanted to catch a glimpse of the little witcher once again. Children had not been trained in Caer Morhen for near to a quarter of a century. She was not in a great hurry. The narrow killer path meandered and looped its way through the forest, and, in order to master it, the little witcher would take far longer than she would, following the shortcut. However, she could not loiter either. Beyond the gullet, the trail turned into the woods and led straight to the fortress. If she did not catch the boy at the precipice, she might not see him at all. She had already visited Caer Morhen a few times, and knew she saw only what the witchers wanted her to see. Triss was not so naive as to be unaware that they wanted to show her only a tiny fraction of the things to be seen in Caer Morhen. After a few minutes riding along the stony trough of the stream, she caught sight of the gullet. A leap over the gully, created by two huge mossy rocks, overgrown with gnarled, stunted trees. She released the reins. The horse snorted and lowered its head towards the water, trickling between pebbles. She did not have to wait long. The witcher's silhouette appeared on the rock, and the boy jumped, not slowing his pace. The magician heard the soft smack of his landing, and a moment later a rattle of stones, the dull thud of a fall and a quiet cry, or rather a squeal. Triss instantly leapt from her saddle, threw the fur off her shoulders, and dashed across the mountainside, pulling herself up using tree branches and roots. Momentum aided her climb until she slipped on the conifer needles and fell to her knees next to a figure huddled on the stones. The youngster, on seeing her, jumped up like a spring, backed away in a flash, and nimbly grabbed the sword slung across his back, then tripped and collapsed between the junipers and pines. The magician did not rise from her knees. She stared at the boy and opened her mouth in surprise. Because it was not a boy. From beneath an ash-blonde fringe, poorly and unevenly cut, enormous emerald eyes, the predominant features in a small face with a narrow chin and upturned nose, stared out at her. There was fear in the eyes. "Don't be afraid," Triss said tentatively. The girl opened her eyes even wider. She was hardly out of breath and did not appear to be sweating. It was clear she had already run the killer more than once. "Nothing's happened to you?" The girl did not reply. Instead, she sprang up, hissed with pain, shifted her weight to her left leg, bent over and rubbed her knee. She was dressed in a sort of leather suit, sewn together, or rather stuck together, in a way which would make any tailor who took pride in his craft howl in horror and despair. The only pieces of her equipment which seemed to be relatively new and fitted her were her knee-high boots, her belts and her sword, but more precisely, her little sword. "Don't be afraid," repeated Triss, still not rising from her knees. "I heard your fall and was scared. That's why I rushed here. I slept," murmured the girl. "Have you hurt yourself?" "No. You?" The enchantress laughed, tried to get up, winced and swore at the pain in her ankle. She sat down and carefully straightened her foot, swearing once more. "Come here, little one. Help me get up. I'm not little." "If you say so. In that case, what are you?" "A witcher." "Ha! So come here and help me get up, witcher." The girl did not move from the spot. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, and her hands, in their fingerless woolen gloves, toyed with her sword belt as she glanced suspiciously at Triss. "Have no fear," said the enchantress with a smile. "I'm not a bandit or outsider. I'm called Triss Merigold, and I'm going to Kaer Morhen. The witchers know me. Don't gape at me. I respect your suspicion, but be reasonable. Would I have got this far if I hadn't known the way? Have you ever met a human on the trail?" The girl overcame her hesitation, approached and stretched out her hand. Triss stood with only a little assistance, because she was not concerned with having help. She wanted a closer look at the girl, and to touch her. The green eyes of the little witcher girl betrayed no signs of mutation, and the touch of her little hand did not produce the slight, pleasant, tingling sensation so characteristic of witches. Although she ran the killer path with a sword slung across her back, the ashen-haired girl had not been subjected to the trial of grasses or to changes. Of that, Triss was certain. "Show me your knee, little one." "I'm not little." "Sorry, but surely you have a name." "I do. I'm Ciri." "It's a pleasure. A bit closer, if you please, Ciri." "It's nothing. I want to see what nothing looks like." "Ah, that's what I thought. Nothing looks remarkably like torn trousers and skin grazed down to raw flesh. Stand still, and don't be scared." "I'm not scared. Ow!" The magician laughed and rubbed her palm, itching from casting the spell against her hip. The girl bent over and gazed at her knee. "Ooh," she said. "It doesn't hurt anymore, and there's no hole. Was that magic?" "You've guessed it." "Are you a witch?" "Guessed again, although I prefer to be called an enchantress. To avoid getting it wrong, you can call me by my name. Triss. Just Triss. Come on, Ciri. My horse is waiting at the bottom. We'll go to Kaer Morhen together." "I ought to run." Ciri shook her head. "It's not good to stop running, because you get milk in your muscles. Geralt says Geralt is at the keep." Ciri frowned, pinched her lips together, and shot a glance at the enchantress from beneath her ashen fringe. Triss chuckled again. "All right," she said. "I won't ask, A secret's a secret, and you're right not to disclose it to someone you hardly know. Come on. When we get there, we'll see who's at the castle and who isn't. And don't worry about your muscles. I know what to do about lactic acid. Ah, here's my mount. I'll help you. She stretched out her hand, but Ciri didn't need any help. She jumped agilely into the saddle, lightly, almost without taking off. The gelding started, surprised, and stamped, but the girl quickly took up the reins and reassured it. You know how to handle a horse, I see. I can handle anything. Move up towards the pommel. Triss slipped her foot into the stirrup and caught hold of the mane. Make a bit of room for me, and don't poke my eye out with that sword. The gelding, spurred on by her heels, moved off along the stream bed at a walking pace. They rode across another gully and climbed the rounded mountainside. From there, they could see the ruins of Caer Morhen, huddled against the stone precipices. The partially demolished trapezium of the defensive wall, the remains of the barbican and gate, the thick, blunt column of the donjon. The gelding snorted and jerked its head, crossing what remained of the bridge over the moat. Triss tugged at the reins. The decaying skulls and skeletons strewn across the riverbed made no impression on her. She had seen them before. I don't like this, the girl suddenly remarked. It's not as it should be. The dead should be buried in the ground, under a barrow, shouldn't they? They should, the magician agreed calmly. I think so too, but the witches treat this graveyard as a reminder. Reminder of what? Caer Morhen, Triss said, as she guided the horse towards the shattered arcades, was assaulted. There was a bloody battle here, in which almost all the witches died. Only those who weren't in the keep at the time survived. Who attacked them? And why? I don't know, she lied. It was a terribly long time ago, Ciri. Ask the witches about it. I have, grunted the girl, but they didn't want to tell me. I can understand that, thought the magician. A child trained to be a witcher, a girl at that, who has not undergone the mutations, should not be told such things. A child like that should not hear about the massacre. A child like that should not be terrified by the prospect that they too may one day hear words describing it, like those which were screamed by the fanatics who marched on Caer Morhen long ago. Mutant, monster, freak, damned by the gods, a creature contrary to nature. No, I do not blame the witches for not telling you about it, little Ciri, and I shan't tell you either. I have even more reason to be silent, because I am a wizard, and without the aid of wizards, those fanatics would never have conquered the castle, and that hideous lampoon, that widely distributed monstrum which stirred the fanatics up and drove them to such wickedness was also, apparently, some wizard's anonymous work. But I, little Ciri, do not recognize collective responsibility. I do not feel the need to expiate the events which took place half a century before my birth. And the skeletons, which are meant to serve as an eternal reminder, will ultimately rot away completely, disintegrate into dust and be forgotten, will disappear with the wind, which constantly whips the mountainside. They don't want to lie like that, said Ciri suddenly. They don't want to be a symbol, a bad conscience or a warning. But neither do they want their dust to be swept away by the wind. Triss raised her head, hearing a change in the girl's voice. Immediately she sensed a magical aura, a pulsating and a rush of blood in her temples. She grew tense, but did not utter a word, afraid of breaking into or disrupting what was happening. An ordinary barrow. Ciri's voice was becoming more and more unnatural, metallic, cold and menacing. A mound of earth which will be overgrown with nettles. Death has cold blue eyes, and the height of the obelisk does not matter, nor does the writing engraved on it matter. Who can know that better than you, Triss Merigold, the 14th one of the hill? The enchantress froze. She saw the girl's hands clench the horse's mane. You died on the hill, Triss Merigold. The strange, evil voice spoke again. Why have you come here? Go back. Go back at once and take this child, the child of elder blood, with you. Return her to those to whom she belongs. Do this, 14th one, because if you do not, you will die once more. The day will come when the hill will claim you. The mass grave and the obelisk on which your name is engraved will claim you. The gelding neighed loudly, tossing its head. Ciri jerked suddenly, shuddered. "What happened?" asked Triss, trying to control her voice. Ciri coughed, passed both hands through her hair, and rubbed her face. "Nothing," she muttered hesitantly. "I'm tired. That's why I fell asleep. I ought to run." The magical aura disappeared. Triss experienced a sudden cold wave sweep through her entire body. She tried to convince herself it was the effect of the defensive spell dying away, but she knew that wasn't true. She glanced up at the stone blocks of the castle, the black, empty eye sockets of its ruined loopholes gaping at her. A shudder ran through her. The horse's shoes rang against the slabs in the courtyard. The magician quickly leapt from the saddle and held out her hand to Ciri. Taking advantage of the touch of their hands, she carefully emitted a magical impulse, and was astounded, because she didn't feel anything, no reaction, no reply, and no resistance. In the girl, who had, just a moment ago, manifested an exceptionally strong aura, there was not a trace of magic. She was now an ordinary, badly dressed child whose hair had been incompetently cut. But a moment ago, this child had been no ordinary child. Triss did not have time to ponder the strange event. The grate of an iron-clad door reached her, coming from the dark void of the corridor, which gaped behind the battered portal. She slipped the fur cape from her shoulders, removed her fox-fur hat, and, with a swift movement of the head, tousled her hair, long, full locks the colour of fresh chestnuts, with a sheen of gold, her pride and identifying characteristic. Ciri sighed with admiration. Triss smiled, pleased by the effect she'd had. Beautiful, long, loose hair was a rarity, an indication of a woman's position, her status, the sign of a free woman, a woman who belonged to herself. The sign of an unusual woman, because normal maidens wore their hair in plaits. Normal married women hid theirs beneath a caul or a coif. Women of high birth, including queens, curled their hair and styled it. Warriors cut it short. Only druids and magicians, and whores, wore their hair naturally so as to emphasize their independence and freedom. The witches appeared unexpectedly and silently, as usual, and also as usual from nowhere. They stood before her, tall, slim, their arms crossed, the weight of their bodies on their left legs, a position from which she knew they could attack in a split second. Ciri stood next to them, in an identical position. In her ludicrous clothes, she looked very funny. "Welcome to Kaer Morhen, Triss." "Greetings, Geralt." He had changed. He gave the impression of having aged. Triss knew that, biologically, this was impossible. Witches aged, certainly, but too slowly for an ordinary mortal or a magician as young as her to notice the changes. But one glance was enough for her to realize that although mutation could hold back the physical process of aging, it did not alter the mental. Geralt's face, slashed by wrinkles, was the best evidence of this. With a sense of deep sorrow, Triss tore her gaze away from the white-haired witch's eyes which had evidently seen too much. What's more, she saw nothing of what she had expected in those eyes. "Welcome," he repeated. "We are glad you've come." Eskil stood next to Geralt, resembling the wolf like a brother, apart from the colour of his hair and the long scar which disfigured his cheek. And the youngest of the Kaer Morhen witches, Lambert, was there, with his usual ugly, mocking expression. Vesemir was not there. "Welcome, and come in," said Eskil. "It is as cold and blustery as if someone has hung themselves. Ciri, where are you off to? The invitation does not apply to you. The sun is still high. Even if it is obscured, you can still train.
Hey! The enchantress tossed her hair. Politeness comes cheap in Witch's Keep now, I see. Ciri was the first to greet me and brought me to the castle. She ought to keep me company.
She's undergoing training here, Marigold. Lambert grimaced in a parody of a smile. He always called her that, Marigold, without giving her a title or a name. Triss hated it. She is a student, not a major domo. Welcoming guests, even such pleasant ones as yourself, is not one of her duties. We're off, Ciri.
Triss gave a little shrug, pretending not to see Geralt and Eskild's embarrassed expressions. She did not say anything, not wanting to embarrass them further. And, above all, she did not want them to see how very intrigued and fascinated she was by the girl.
I'll take your horse, offered Geralt, reaching for the reins.
Triss surreptitiously shifted her hand, and their palms joined. So did their eyes. I'll come with you, she said naturally. There are a few little things in the saddlebags which I'll need.
You gave me a very disagreeable experience not so long ago, he muttered, as soon as they had entered the stable. I studied your impressive tombstone with my own eyes. The obelisk in memory of your heroic death at the Battle of Sodden. The news that it was a mistake only reached me recently. I can't understand how anyone could mistake anyone else for you, Triss.
It's a long story, she answered. I'll tell you sometime, and please forgive me for the disagreeable moment.
There's nothing to forgive. I've not had many reasons to be happy of late, and the feelings I experienced on hearing that you lived cannot compare to any other, except perhaps what I feel now when I look at you.
Triss felt something explode inside her. Her fear of meeting the white-haired witcher, which had accompanied her throughout her journey, had struggled within her with her hope of having such a meeting, followed by the sight of that tired, jaded face, those sick eyes which saw everything, cold and calculating, which were unnaturally calm, but yet so infused with emotion. She threw her arms around his neck, instantly, without thinking. She caught hold of his hand, abruptly placed it on the nape of her neck, under her hair. A tingling ran down her back, penetrated her with such rapture she almost cried out. In order to muffle and restrain the cry, her lips found his lips and stuck to them. She trembled, pressing hard against him, her excitement building and increasing, forgetting herself more and more. Geralt did not forget himself.
Triss, please.
Oh, Geralt, so much Triss. He moved her away delicately.
We're not alone. They're coming.
She glanced at the entrance and saw the shadows of the approaching witches only after some time, heard their steps even later. Oh well, her hearing, which she considered very sensitive, could not compete with that of a witcher.
Triss, my child.
Vesemir. Vesemir was really very old. Who knows, he could be even older than Caer Moran. But he walked towards her with a brisk, energetic and sprightly step. His grip was vigorous, and his hands strong. I am happy to see you again, grandfather.
Give me a kiss. No, not on the hand, little sorceress. You can kiss my hand when I'm resting on my bier, which will no doubt be soon. Oh, Triss, it is a good thing you have come. Who can cure me if not you?
Cure you? Of what? Of behaving like a child, surely. Take your hand from my backside, old man, or I'll set fire to that grey beard of yours.
Forgive me. I keep forgetting you are grown up, and I can no longer put you on my knee and pat you. As to my health, oh, Triss, old age is no joke. My bones ache so I want to howl. Will you help an old man, child?
I will. The enchantress freed herself from his bear-like embrace and cast her eye over the witcher accompanying Vesemir. He was young, apparently the same age as Lambert, and wore a short black beard which did not hide the severe disfigurement left behind by smallpox. This was unusual. Witchers were generally highly immune to infectious diseases.
Triss Marigold, Coin.
Geralt introduced them to each other.
This is Coin's first winter with us. He comes from the north, from Porvis.
The young witcher bowed. He had unusually pale yellow-green irises, and the whites of his eyes, riddled with red threads, indicated difficult and troublesome processes during his mutation.
Let us go, child, uttered Vesemir, taking her by the arm.
A stable is no place to welcome a guest, but I couldn't wait to see you."
In the courtyard, in a recess in the wall sheltered from the wind, Ciri was training under Lambert's instructions. Deftly balancing on a beam hanging on chains, she was attacking with her sword, a leather sack bound with straps to make it resemble a human torso. Triss stopped to watch.
"Wrong!" yelled Lambert. "You're getting too close. Don't hack blindly at it. I told you, the very tip of the sword at the carotid artery. Where does a humanoid have its carotid artery? On top of its head? What's happening? Concentrate, princess!"
"Ah," thought Triss. "So it is truth, not a legend. She is the one. I guessed correctly." She decided to attack without delay, not allowing the witches to try any ruses. "The famous child surprise?" she said, indicating Ciri. "I see you have applied yourselves to fulfilling the demands of fate and destiny. But it seems you have muddled the stories, boys. In the fairy tales I was told, shepherdesses and orphans become princesses, but here I see a princess is becoming a witcher. Does that not appear somewhat daring to you?" Vesemir glanced at Geralt. The white-haired witcher remained silent, his face perfectly still. He did not react with even the slightest quiver of his eyelids to Vesemir's unspoken request for support.
"It's not what you think." The old man cleared his throat. "Geralt brought her here last autumn. She has no one apart from... Triss, how can one not believe in destiny when...
What has destiny to do with waving a sword around?"
"We are teaching it a fence," Geralt said quietly, turning towards her and looking her straight in the eyes. "What else are we to teach her? We know nothing else. Destiny or no, Kaer Morhen is now her home, at least for a while. Training and swordsmanship amuse her, keep her healthy and fit. They allow her to forget the tragedy she has lived through. This is her home now, Triss. She has no other."
"Masses of Cintrians," the enchantress said, holding his gaze, "fled to Verden after the defeat, to Brugge, to Meria, and the islands of Skellige. Amongst them are magnates, barons, knights, friends, relations, as well as this girl's subjects.
Friends and relations did not look for her after the war. They did not find her."
"Because she was not destined for them?" She smiled at him, not very sincerely, but very prettily, as prettily as she could. She did not want him to use that tone of voice. The witcher shrugged. Triss, knowing him a little, immediately changed tactics and gave up the argument. She looked at Ciri again. The girl, agilely stepping along the balance beam, executed a half-turn, cut lightly, and immediately leapt away. The dummy struck, swayed on its rope.
"Well, at last," shouted Lambert. "You finally got it. Go back and do it again. Want to make sure it wasn't a fluke."
"The sword," Triss turned to the witches, "looks sharp. The beam looks slippery and unstable, and Lambert looks like an idiot, demoralizing the girl with all his shouting. Aren't you afraid of an unfortunate accident? Or maybe you're relying on destiny to protect the child against it?"
"Ciri practiced for nearly 6 months without a sword," said Cohen. "She knows how to move, and we're keeping an eye on her because this is her home," finished Geralt quietly but firmly, very firmly, using a tone which put an end to the discussion.
"Exactly, it is." Vesemir took a deep breath.
"Triss, you must be tired and hungry."
"I cannot deny it," she sighed, giving up on trying to catch Geralt's eye. "To be honest, I'm on my last legs. I spent last night on the trail in a shepherd's hut, which was practically falling apart, buried in straw and sawdust. I used spells to insulate the shack. If it weren't for that, I would probably be dead. I long for clean linen."
"You will have supper with us now, and then you will sleep as long as you wish and rest. We have prepared the best room for you, the one in the tower, and we put the best bed we could find in Kaer Morhen there."
"Thank you." Triss smiled faintly. "In the tower," she thought. "All right, Vesemir. Let it be the tower for today, if appearances matter so much to you. I can sleep in the tower in the best of all the beds in Kaer Morhen, although I would prefer to sleep with Geralt in the worst.
Let's go, Triss."
"Let's go."
The wind hammered against the shutters and ruffled the remains of the moth-eaten tapestries, which had been used to insulate the window. Triss lay in perfect darkness, in the best bed in the whole of Kaer Morhen. She couldn't sleep, and not because the best bed in Kaer Morhen was a dilapidated antique. Triss was thinking hard, and all the thoughts chasing sleep away revolved around one fundamental question. What had she been summoned to the fortress for? Who had summoned her? Why? For what purpose? Vesemir's illness was just a pretext. Vesemir was a witcher. The fact that he was also an old man did not change the fact that many a youngster could envy him his health. If the old man had been stung by a manticore or bitten by a werewolf, Triss would have accepted that she had been summoned to aid him. But aching bones was a joke. For an ache in his bones, not a very original complaint within the horrendously cold walls of Kaer Morhen, Vesemir could have treated with a witch's elixir, or an even simpler solution, with strong rye vodka, applied internally and externally in equal proportions. He didn't need a magician with her spells, philters, and amulets. So who had summoned her? Geralt? Triss thrashed about in the bedclothes, feeling a wave of heat come over her, and a wave of arousal, made all the stronger by anger. She swore quietly, kicked her quilt away, and rolled onto her side. The ancient bedstead squeaked and creaked. "I've no control over myself," she thought. "I'm behaving like a stupid adolescent, or even worse, like an old maid deprived of affection. I can't even think logically." She swore again. Of course it wasn't Geralt. Don't get excited, little one. Don't get excited. Just think of his expression in the stable. You've seen expressions like that before. You've seen them, so don't kid yourself. The foolish, contrite, embarrassed expressions of men who want to forget, who regret, who don't want to remember what happened, don't want to go back to what has been. By all the gods, little one, don't fool yourself it's different this time. It's never different, and you know it, because, after all, you've had a fair amount of experience. As far as her erotic life was concerned, Triss Merigold had the right to consider herself a typical enchantress. It had begun with the sour taste of forbidden fruit, made all the more exciting by the strict rules of the academy and the prohibitions of the mistress under whom she practiced. Then came her independence, freedom, and a crazy promiscuity which ended, as it usually does, in bitterness, disillusionment, and resignation. Then, following a long period of loneliness, and the discovery that if she wanted to release her tension and stress, then someone who wanted to consider himself her lord and master, as soon as he had turned on his back and wiped the sweat from his brow, was entirely superfluous. There were far less troublesome ways of calming her nerves, ones with the additional advantages of not staining her towels with blood, not passing wind under the quilt, and not demanding breakfast. That was followed by a short-lived and entertaining fascination with the same sex, which ended in the conclusion that soiling towels, passing wind, and greediness were by no means exclusively male attributes. Finally, like all but a few magicians, Triss moved to affairs with other wizards, which proved sporadic and frustrating in their cold, technical, and almost ritual course. Then Geralt of Rivia appeared, a witcher leading a stormy life and tied to her good friend Yennefer in a strange, turbulent, and almost violent relationship. Triss had watched them both, and was jealous, even though it seemed there was little to be jealous of. Their relationship quite obviously made them both unhappy, had led straight to destruction, pain, and yet, against all logic, it had lasted. Triss couldn't understand it, and it had fascinated her. It had fascinated her to such an extent that she had seduced the Witcher, with the help of a little magic. She had hit on a propitious moment, a moment when he and Yennefer had scratched at each other's eyes yet again and had abruptly parted. Geralt had needed warmth and had wanted to forget. No, Triss had not desired to take him away from Yennefer. As a matter of fact, her friend was more important to her than he was. But her brief relationship with the Witcher had not disappointed. She had found what she was looking for, emotions in the form of guilt, anxiety, and pain. His pain. She had experienced his emotions, it had excited her, and when they parted, she had been unable to forget it. And she had only recently understood what pain is, the moment when she had overwhelmingly wanted to be with him again. for a short while, just for a moment, to be with him. And now she was so close. Triss clenched her fist and punched the pillow. No, she thought. No, don't be silly. Don't think about it. Think about Ciri. Is she? Yes. She was the real reason behind her visit to Kaer Morhen. The ash-blonde girl who here in Kaer Morhen they wanted to turn into a witcher. A real witcher. A mutant. A killing machine like themselves. It's clear, she suddenly thought, feeling a passionate arousal of an entirely different nature. It's obvious. They want to mutate the child, subject her to the trial of grasses and changes, but they don't know how to do it. Vesemir was the only witcher left from the previous generation, and he was only a fencing instructor. The laboratorium, hidden in the vaults of Kaer Morhen, with its dusty demijohns of elixirs, the alembics, ovens, and retorts. None of the witchers knew how to use them. The mutagenic elixirs had been concocted by some renegade wizard in the distant past, and then perfected over the years by the wizard's successors, who had, over the years, magically controlled the process of changes to which children were subjected. At a vital moment, the chain had snapped. There was no more magical knowledge or power. The witches had the herbs and grasses. They had the laboratorium. They knew the recipe. But they had no wizard. Who knows, she thought. Perhaps they have tried. Have they given children concoctions prepared without the use of magic? She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened to those children. And now they want to mutate the girl, but can't. And that might mean they may ask me to help, and then I'll see something no living wizard has seen. I'll learn something no living wizard has learned. Their famous grasses and herbs, the secret virus cultures, the renowned mysterious recipes. And I will be the one to give the child a number of elixirs who will watch the changes of mutation, who will watch with my own eyes. Watch the ashen-haired child die. Oh no. Triss shuddered again. Never. Not at such a price. Besides, she thought, I probably got excited too soon again. That's probably not what this is about. We talked over supper, gossiped about this and that. I tried to guide the conversation to the child's surprise several times to no avail. They changed the subject at once. She had watched them. Vesemir had been tense and troubled, Geralt uneasy, Lambert and Eskel falsely merry and talkative, Cohen so natural as to be unnatural. The only one who had been sincere and open was Ciri, rosy-cheeked from the cold, dishevelled, happy, and devilishly voracious. They had eaten beer pottage, thick with croutons and cheese, and Ciri had been surprised they had not served mushrooms as well. They had drunk cider, but the girl had been given water, and was clearly both astonished and revolted by it. "Where's the salad?" she had yelled, and Lambert had rebuked her sharply and ordered her to take her elbows off the table. Mushrooms and salad. In December? Of course, thought Triss. They're feeding her those legendary cave saprophytes, a mountain plant unknown to science, giving her the famous infusions of their mysterious herbs to drink. The girl is developing quickly, is acquiring a witch's infernal fitness. Naturally, without the mutation, without the risk, without the hormonal upheaval. But the magician must not know this. It is to be kept a secret from the magician. They aren't going to tell me anything. They aren't going to show me anything. I saw how that girl ran. I saw how she danced on the beam with her sword, agile and swift, full of a dancer's near feline grace, moving like an acrobat. I must, she thought. I absolutely must see her body. See how she's developing under the influence of whatever it is they're feeding her. And what if I managed to steal samples of these mushrooms and salads and take them away? Well, well. And trust. I don't give a fig for your trust, witches. There's cancer out there in the world, smallpox, tetanus and leukemia. There are allergies, there's cot death. And you're keeping your mushrooms, which could perhaps be distilled and turned into life-saving medicines, hidden away from the world. You're keeping them a secret, even from me, and others to whom you declare your friendship, respect, and trust. Even I'm forbidden to see not just the laboratorium, but even the bloody mushrooms. So why did you bring me here? Me, a magician. Magic. Triss giggled. Ha, she thought. Witches? I've got you. Ciri scared you just as she did me. She withdrew into a daydream, started to prophesy, gave out an aura which, after all, you can sense almost as well as I can. She automatically reached for something psychokinetically, or bent a pewter spoon with her wheel as she stared at it during lunch. She answered questions you only thought, and maybe even some which you were afraid to ask yourselves. And you felt fear. You realized that your surprise is more surprising than you had imagined. You realized that you have the source in Kaer Morhen, and that you can't manage without a magician. And you don't have a single friendly magician, not a single one you could trust, apart from me and Yennefer. The wind howled, banged the shutter, and swelled the tapestry. Triss rolled onto her back, and, lost in thought, started to bite her thumbnail. Geralt had not invited Yennefer. He had invited her. Does that mean... Who knows? Maybe. But if it's as I think, then why? Why? Why hasn't he come to me? She shouted quietly into the darkness, angry and aroused. She was answered by the wind howling amidst the ruins. The morning was sunny but devilishly cold. Triss woke, chilled through and through, without having had enough sleep, but finally assured and decided. She was the last to go down to the hall. She accepted the tribute of gazers which rewarded her efforts. She had changed her travel clothes for an attractive but simple dress, and had skillfully applied magical scents and non-magical but incredibly expensive cosmetics. She ate her porridge chatting with the witches about unimportant and trivial matters. "Water again," muttered Ciri suddenly, peering into her tumbler. "My teeth go numb when I drink water. I want some juice, that blue one." "Don't slouch," said Lambert, stealing a glance at Triss from the corner of his eye. "And don't wipe your mouth with your sleeve. Finish your food. It's time for training. The days are getting shorter." "Geralt," Triss finished her porridge. "Ciri fell on the trail yesterday. Nothing serious, but it was because of that jester's outfit she wears. It all fits so badly, and it hinders her movements." Vesemir cleared his throat and turned his eyes away. "Aha," thought the enchantress. "So it's your work, Master of the Sword." Predictable enough, Ciri's short tunic does look as if it has been cut out with a knife and sewed together with an arrowhead. "The days are indeed getting shorter," she continued, not waiting for a comment. "But we're going to make today shorter still. Ciri, have you finished? Come with me, if you please. We shall make some vital adjustments to your uniform." "She's been running around in this for a year, Marigold," said Lambert angrily. "And everything was fine until a woman arrived who can't bear to look at clothes in poor taste which don't fit. You're right, Lambert. But a woman has arrived, and the old order's collapsed. A time of great change has arrived. Come on, Ciri." The girl hesitated, looked at Geralt. Geralt nodded his agreement, and smiled, pleasantly, just as he had smiled in the past when... Triss turned her eyes away. His smile was not for her. Ciri's little room was a faithful replica of the witches' quarters. It was, like theirs, devoid of almost all fittings and furniture. There was practically nothing there beside a few planks nailed together to form a bed, a stool, and a trunk. Witches decorated the walls and doors of their quarters with the skins of animals they killed when hunting. Stags, lynx, wolves, and even wolverines. On the door of Ciri's little room, however, hung the skin of an enormous rat with a hideous scaly tail. Triss fought back her desire to tear the stinking abomination down and throw it out of the window. The girl, standing by the bed, stared at her expectantly. "We'll try," said the enchantress, "to make this sheath fit a little better. I've always had a knack for cutting and sewing, so I ought to be able to manage this goatskin too. And you, little witcher girl, have you ever had a needle in your hand? Have you been taught anything other than making holes with a sword in sacks of straw? When I was in Transriver, in Kargan, I had to spin, muttered Ciri unwillingly. They didn't give me any sewing because I only spoilt the linen and wasted thread. They had to undo everything. The spinning was terribly boring. Yuck. True, giggled Triss. It's hard to find anything more boring. I hated spinning too. And did you have to? I did because... But you're a magician. You didn't conjure anything up. That amazing dress, did you conjure it up? No. Triss smiled. Nor did I sew it myself. I'm not that talented. And my clothes, how are you going to make them? Conjure them up? There's no need. A magic needle is enough, one which we shall charm into working more vigorously. And if there's a need... Triss slowly ran her hand across the torn hole in the sleeve of Ciri's jacket, murmuring a spell while stimulating an amulet to work. Not a trace remained of the hole. Ciri squealed with joy. That's magic! I'm going to have a magical jacket! Wow! Only until I make you an ordinary, but good one, right? Now take all that off, young lady, and change into something else. These aren't your only clothes, surely? Ciri shook her head, lifted the lid of the trunk, and showed her a faded loose dress, a dark grey tunic, a linen shirt, and a woolen blouse resembling a penitent's sack. This is mine, she said. This is what I came in. But I don't wear it now. It's woman's stuff. I understand. Triss grimaced mockingly. Woman's or not, for the time being you'll have to change into it. Well, get on with it. Get undressed. Let me help you. Damn it! What's this, Ciri? The girl's shoulders were covered in massive bruises, suffused with blood. Most of them had already turned yellow. Some were fresh. What the hell is this? The magician repeated angrily. Who beat you like this? This? Ciri looked at her shoulders, as if surprised by the number of bruises. Oh, this? That was the windmill. I was too slow. What windmill? Bloody hell! The windmill, repeated Ciri, raising her huge eyes to look up at the magician. It's a sort of... well, I'm using it to learn to dodge while attacking. It's got these paws made of sticks, and it turns and waves the paws. You have to jump very quickly and dodge. You have to learn a leaf rex. If you haven't got the leaf rex, the windmill wallops you with a stick. At the beginning, the windmill gave me a really terribly horrible thrashing, but now... Take the leggings and shirt off. Oh, sweet gods! Dear girl, can you really walk? Run? Both hips and her left thigh were black and blue with hematomas and swellings. Ciri shuddered and hissed, pulling away from the magician's hand. Triss swore viciously in Dwarvish, using inexpressibly foul language. Was that the windmill too? She asked, trying to remain calm. This? No. This was the windmill. Ciri pointed indifferently to an impressive bruise below her left knee, covering her shin. And these other ones? They were the pendulum. I practiced my fencing steps on the pendulum. Geralt says I'm already good at the pendulum. He says I've got... flair. I've got flair. And if you run out of flair? Triss ground her teeth together. I take it the pendulum thumps you. But of course, the girl confirmed, looking at her, clearly surprised at this lack of knowledge. It thumps you. And how? And here? On your side? What was that? A smith's hammer? Ciri hissed with pain and blushed. I fell off the comb. And the comb thumped you? Finished Triss, controlling herself with increasing difficulty. Ciri snorted. How can a comb thump you when it's buried in the ground? It can't. I just fell. I was practicing a jumping pirouette, and it didn't work. That's where the bruise came from, because I hit a post. And you lay there for 2 days in pain, finding it hard to breathe? Not at all. Cohen rubbed it and put me straight back on the comb. You have to, you know, otherwise you catch fear. What? You catch fear? Ciri repeated proudly, brushing her ashen fringe from her forehead. Didn't you know? Even when something bad happens to you, you have to go straight back to that piece of equipment, or you get frightened. And if you're frightened, you'll be hopeless at the exercise. You mustn't give up. Geralt said so. I have to remember that maxim, the enchantress murmured through her teeth, and that it came from Geralt. Not a bad prescription for life, although I'm not sure it applies in every situation. But it is easy to put it into practice at someone else's expense. So you mustn't give up. Even though you're being thumped and beaten in 1,000 ways, you're to get up and carry on practicing. Of course, a witch is not afraid of anything. Is that so? And you, Ciri, you aren't afraid of anything? Answer truthfully. The girl turned away and bit her lip. You wouldn't tell anybody? I won't. I'm frightened of 2 pendulums. 2 at the same time. And the windmill, but only when it's set to go fast. And there's also a long balance. I still have to go on that, with a safety device. Lambert says I'm a sissy and a wimp, but that's not true. Geralt told me my weight is distributed a little differently because I'm a girl. I've simply got to practice more and less. I wanted to ask you something. May I? You may. If you know magic and spells, if you can cast them, can you turn me into a boy? No, Triss replied in an icy tone. I can't. The little witcher girl was clearly troubled. But could you at least what? Could you do something so I don't have to... Ciri blushed. I'll whisper it in your ear. Go on. Triss leaned over. I'm listening. Ciri, growing even redder, brought her head closer to the enchantress's chestnut hair. Triss sat up abruptly, her eyes flaming. Today? Now? Hell and bloody damnation! The enchantress yelled, and kicked the stool so hard that it hit the door and brought down the rat skin. Pox, plague, shit and leprosy! I'm gonna kill those cursed idiots! Calm down, Marigold, said Lambert. It's unhealthy to get so worked up, especially with no reason. Don't preach at me, and stop calling me Marigold. But best of all, stop talking altogether. I'm not speaking to you. Vesemir, Geralt, have any of you seen how terribly battered this child is? She hasn't got a single healthy spot on her body. Dear child, said Vesemir gravely, don't let yourself get carried away by your emotions. You were brought up differently. You've seen children being brought up in another way. Ciri comes from the south, where girls and boys are brought up in the same way, like the elves. She was put on a pony when she was 5, and when she was 8, she was already riding out hunting. She was taught to use a bow, javelin, and sword. A bruise is nothing new to Ciri. Don't give me that nonsense, Triss flared. Don't pretend you're stupid. This is not some pony or horse or sleigh ride. This is Kaer Morhen. On these windmills and pendulums of yours, on this killer path of yours, dozens of boys have broken their bones and twisted their necks. Boys who were hard, seasoned vagabonds like you, found on roads and pulled out of gutters. Sinewy scamps and good-for-nothings, pretty experienced despite their short lives. What chance has Ciri got? Even though she's been brought up in the south with elven methods, even growing up under the hand of a battle-axe like Lioness Calanthe, that little one was and still is a princess. Delicate skin, slight build, light bones. She's a girl. What do you want to turn her into, a witcher? That girl, said Geralt, quietly and calmly. That petite, delicate princess lived through the massacre of Cintra. Left entirely to her own devices, she stole past Nilfgaard's cohorts. She successfully fled the marauders who prowled the villages, plundering and murdering anything that still lived. She survived on her own for 2 weeks in the forests of Transriver, entirely alone. She spent a month roaming with a pack of fugitives, slogging as hard as all the others and starving like all the others. For almost half a year, having been taken in by a peasant family, she worked on the land and with the livestock. Believe me, Triss, life has tried, seasoned and hardened her no less than good-for-nothings like us, who were brought to Kaer Morhen from the highways. Ciri is no weaker than unwanted bastards like us, who are left with witches in taverns like kittens in a wicker basket. And her gender, what difference does that make?
You still ask? You still dare ask that? Yelled the magician. What difference does it make? Only that the girl, not being like you, has her days, and bears them exceptionally badly, and you wanted to tear her lungs out on the killer and some bloody windmills?
Despite her outrage, Triss felt an exquisite satisfaction at the sight of the sheepish expressions of the young witches and Vesemir's jaw suddenly dropping open.
You didn't even know.
She nodded in what was now a calm, concerned, and gentle reproach.
You're pathetic guardians. She's ashamed to tell you because she was taught not to mention such complaints to men. And she's ashamed of the weakness, the pain, and the fact that she is less fit. Has any one of you thought about that? Taken any interest in it? Or tried to guess what might be the matter with her? Maybe her very first bleed happened here, in Kaer Morhen, and she cried to herself at night, unable to find any sympathy, consolation, or even understanding from anyone? Has any one of you given it any thought whatsoever?
Stop it, Triss, moaned Geralt quietly. That's enough. You've achieved what you wanted, and maybe even more.
The devil take it, cursed Cohen. We turned out to be right idiots. There's no two ways about it, eh, Vesemir? And you,
silence, growled the old witcher. Not a word. It was Eskel's behaviour which was most unlikely. He got up, approached the enchantress, bent down low, took her hand and kissed it respectfully. She swiftly withdrew her hand, not so as to demonstrate her anger and annoyance, but to break the pleasant, piercing vibration triggered by the witch's touch. Eskel emanated powerfully, more powerfully than Geralt. Triss, he said, rubbing the hideous scar on his cheek with embarrassment. Help us. We ask you. Help us, Triss. The enchantress looked him in the eye and pursed her lips.
With what? What am I to help you with, Eskel?
Eskel rubbed his cheek again, looking at Geralt. The white-haired witcher bowed his head, hiding his eyes behind his hand. Vesemir cleared his throat loudly. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Ciri entered the hall. Vesemir's hawking changed into something like a wheeze, a loud, indrawn breath. Lambert opened his mouth. Triss suppressed a laugh. Ciri, her hair cut and styled, was walking towards them with tiny steps, carefully holding up a dark blue dress, shortened and adjusted, and still showing the signs of having been carried in a saddlebag. Another present from the enchantress gleamed around the girl's neck, a little black viper made of lacquered leather with a ruby eye and gold clasp. Ciri stopped in front of Vesemir. Not quite knowing what to do with her hands, she planted her thumbs behind her belt.
I cannot dream today, she recited in the utter silence, slowly and emphatically, for I am...
She looked at the enchantress. Triss winked at her, smirking like a rascal, well pleased with his mischief, and moved her lips to prompt the memorized lines.
Indisposed,
ended Ciri loudly and proudly, turning her nose up almost to the ceiling. Vesemir hawked again. But Eskel, dear Eskel, kept his head and once more behaved as was fitting. Of course, he said casually, smiling, we understand, and clearly we will postpone your exercises until your indisposition has passed. We will also cut the theory short, and if you feel unwell, we will put it aside for the time being too. If you need any medication or...
I'll take care of that,
Triss cut in just as casually.
Aha!
Only now did Ciri blush a little. She looked at the old witcher.
Uncle Vesemir, I've asked Triss, that is, Miss Marigold, to stay here with us, for longer, for a long time. But Triss said you have to agree forsooth. Uncle Vesemir, say yes.
I agree, Vesemir wheezed out. Of course I agree. We are very happy. Only now did Geralt take his hand from his forehead. We are extremely pleased, Triss. The enchantress nodded slightly towards him, and innocently fluttered her eyelashes, winding a chestnut lock around her finger. Geralt's face seemed almost graven from stone. You behaved very properly and politely, Ciri, he said, offering Miss Merigold our ongoing hospitality in Kaer Morhen. I am proud of you. Ciri reddened and smiled broadly. The enchantress gave her the next prearranged sign. And now, said the girl, turning her nose up even higher, I will leave you alone, because you no doubt wish to talk over various important matters with Triss. Miss Merigold, Uncle Vesemir, gentlemen, I bid you goodbye. For the time being. She curtsied gracefully, then left the hall, walking up the stairs slowly and with dignity. Bloody hell! Lambert broke the silence. To think I didn't believe that she really is a princess. Have you understood, you idiots? Vesemir cast his eye around. If she puts a dress on in the morning, I don't want to see any exercises. Understood? Eskel and Cohen bestowed a look which was entirely devoid of respect on the old man. Lambert snorted loudly. Geralt stared at the enchantress, and the enchantress smiled back. Thank you, he said. Thank you, Triss. Conditions? Eskel was clearly worried. But we've already promised to ease Ciri's training, Triss. What other conditions do you want to impose? Well, maybe conditions isn't a very nice phrase, so let us call it advice. I will give you 3 pieces of advice, and you are going to abide by each of them. If, of course, you really want me to stay and help you bring up the little one. We're listening, said Geralt. Go on, Triss. Above all, she began, smiling maliciously, Ciri's menu is to be more varied, and the secret mushrooms and mysterious greens in particular have to be limited. Geralt and Cohen controlled their expressions wonderfully. Lambert and Eskel a little less so. Vesemir not at all. But then, she thought, looking at his comically embarrassed expression, in his days the world was a better place. Duplicity was a character flaw to be ashamed of. Sincerity did not bring shame. Fewer infusions of your mystery-shrouded herbs, she continued, trying not to giggle, and more milk. You have goats here. Milking is no great art. You'll see, Lambert. You'll learn how to do it in no time. Triss, started Geralt. Listen. No, you listen. You haven't subjected Ciri to violent mutations, haven't touched her hormones, haven't tried any elixirs or grasses on her. And that's to be praised. That was sensible, responsible, and humane. You haven't harmed her with any of your poisons. All the more so, you must not cripple her now. What are you talking about? The mushrooms, whose secrets you guard so carefully, she explained, do indeed keep the girl wonderfully fit and strengthen her muscles. The herbs guarantee an ideal metabolic rate and hasten her development. All this, taken together and helped along by grueling training, causes certain changes in her build, in her adipose tissue. She's a woman. And as you haven't crippled her hormonal system, do not cripple her physically now. She might hold it against you later, if you so ruthlessly deprive her of her womanly attributes. Do you understand what I'm saying? And how, muttered Lambert, brazenly eyeing Triss's breasts, which strained against the fabric of her dress. Eskel cleared his throat and looked daggers at the young witcher. At the moment, Geralt asked slowly, also gliding his eyes over this and that, you haven't noticed anything irreversible in her, I hope? No, she smiled. Fortunately not. She is developing healthily and normally, and is built like a young dryad. It's a pleasure to look at her. But I ask you to be moderate in using your accelerants. We will, promised Vesemir. Thank you for the warning, child. What else? You said 3 pieces of advice? Indeed. This is the second. Ciri must not be allowed to grow wild. She has to have contact with the world, with her peers. She has to be decently educated and prepared for a normal life. Let her wave her sword about for the time being. You won't turn her into a witcher without mutation anyway, but having a witcher's training won't harm her. Times are hard and dangerous. She'll be able to defend herself when necessary, like an elf. But you must not bury her alive here in the middle of nowhere. She has to enter normal life.
Her normal life went up in flames along with Cintra, murmured Geralt. But regarding this, Triss, as usual, you're right. We've already thought about it. In spring, I'm going to take her to the temple school, to Yennefer, to Ellander.
That's a very good idea and a wise decision. Yennefer is an exceptional woman, and Goddess Melitala's sanctuary an exceptional place. Safe, sure, and it guarantees an appropriate education for the girl. Does Ciri know yet?
She does. She kicked up a fuss for a few days, but finally accepted the idea. Now she's even looking forward to spring with impatience, excited by the prospect of an expedition to Temeria. She's interested in the world.
So was I at her age. Triss smiled. And that comparison brings us dangerously close to the third piece of advice, the most important piece. And you already know what it is. Don't pull silly faces. I'm a magician, have you forgotten? I don't know how long it took you to recognize Ciri's magical abilities. It took me less than half an hour. After that, I knew who, or rather what, the girl is.
And what is she?
A source.
That's impossible.
It's possible, certain even. Ciri is a source, and has mediumistic powers. What is more, these powers are very, very worrying. And you, my dear witches, are perfectly well aware of this. You've noticed these powers, and they have worried you too. That is the one and only reason you brought me here to Kaer Morhen. Am I right? The one and only reason?
Yes, Vesemir confirmed after a moment's silence.
Triss breathed an imperceptible sigh of relief. For a moment, she was afraid that Geralt would be the one to confirm it. The first snow fell the following day. Fine snowflakes initially, but soon turning into a blizzard. It fell throughout the night, and in the early morning, the walls of Kaer Morhen were drowned beneath a snowdrift. There could be no question of running the killer, especially since Ciri was still not feeling very well. Triss suspected that the witch's accelerants might be the cause of the girl's menstrual problems. She could not be sure, however, knowing practically nothing about the drugs, and Ciri was, beyond doubt, the only girl in the world to whom they had been administered. She did not share her suspicions with the witches. She did not want to worry or annoy them, and preferred to apply her own methods. She gave Ciri elixirs to drink, tied a string of active jaspers around her waist under her dress, and forbade her to exert herself in any way, especially by chasing around wildly hunting rats with a sword. Ciri was bored. She roamed the castle sleepily and, finally, for lack of any other amusement, joined Cohen, who was cleaning the stable, grooming the horses, and repairing a harness. Geralt, to the enchantress's rage, disappeared somewhere, and appeared only towards evening, bearing a dead goat. Triss helped him skin his prey. Although she sincerely detested the smell of meat and blood, she wanted to be near the Witcher. Near him, as near as possible. A cold, determined resolution was growing in her. She did not want to sleep alone any longer. "Triss!" yelled Ciri suddenly, running down the stairs, stamping. "Can I sleep with you tonight? Triss, please! Please say yes! Please, Triss!" The snow fell and fell. It brightened up only with the arrival of Midinvierne, the day of the winter equinox. On the third day all the children died save one, a male barely 10. Hitherto agitated by a sudden madness, he fell all at once into deep stupor. His eyes took on a glassy gaze. Incessantly with his hands did he clutch at clothing, or brandish them in the air as if desirous of catching a quill. His breathing grew loud and hoarse. Sweat, cold, clammy and malodorous appeared on his skin. Then was he once more given elixir through the vein, and the seizure it did return. This time a nosebleed did ensue, coughing turned to vomiting, after which the male weakened entirely and became inert. For 2 days more did symptoms not subside. The child's skin, hitherto drenched in sweat, grew dry and hot. The pulse ceased to be full and firm, albeit remaining of average strength, slow rather than fast. No more did he wake, nor did he scream. Finally came the 7th day. The male awoke and opened his eyes, and his eyes were as those of a viper. Carla Demesia Crest, The Trial of Grasses and Other Secret Witcher Practices, seen with my own eyes. Manuscript exclusively accessible to the chapter of Wizards. Chapter 3. Your fears were unfounded, entirely ungrounded. Triss grimaced, resting her elbows on the table. The time when wizards used to hunt sources and magically gifted children, tearing them from their parents or guardians by force or deceit, is long gone. Did you really think I might want to take Ciri away from you? Lambert snorted and turned his face away. Eskel and Vesemir looked at Geralt, and Geralt said nothing. He continued to gaze off to the side, playing incessantly with his silver witcher medallion, depicting the head of a snarling wolf. Triss knew the medallion reacted to magic. On such a night as Midinvierne, when the air itself was vibrating with magic, the witcher's medallions must be practically humming. It must be both irritating and bothersome. "No, child," Vesemir finally said. "We know you would not do such a thing, but we also know that you do, ultimately, have to tell the chapter about her. We've known for a long time that every wizard, male or female, is burdened with this duty. You don't take talented children from their parents and guardians anymore. You observe such children so that later, at the right moment, you can fascinate them in magic, influence them." "Have no fear," she interrupted coldly. "I will not tell anyone about Ciri, not even the chapter. Why are you looking at me like that?" "We're amazed by the ease with which you pledged to keep this secret," said Eskel calmly. "Forgive me, Triss. I do not mean to offend you, but what has happened to your legendary loyalty to the Council and Chapter?" "A lot has happened. The war changed many things, and the battle for Sodden Hill changed even more. I won't bore you with the politics, especially as certain issues and affairs are bound by secrets I am not allowed to divulge. But as for loyalty, I am loyal, and believe me, in this matter, I can be loyal to both you and to the chapter." "Such double loyalty." Geralt looked her in the eyes for the first time that evening. "It's devilishly difficult to manage. Rarely does it succeed, Triss." The enchantress turned her gaze on Ciri. The girl was sitting on a bearskin with Cohen, tucked away in the far corner of the hall, and both were busy playing a hand-slapping game. The game was growing monotonous, as both were incredibly quick. Neither could manage to slap the other's hand in any way. This, however, clearly neither mattered to them nor spoiled their game. "Geralt," she said, "when you found Ciri on the Yaruga, you took her with you. You brought her to Kaer Morhen, hid her from the world, and do not let even those closest to the child know she is alive. You did this because something, about which I know nothing, convinced you that destiny exists, holds sway over us, and guides us in everything we do. I think the same, and have always done so. If destiny wants Ciri to become a magician, she will become one. Neither the chapter nor the council have to know about her. They don't have to observe or encourage her. So, in keeping your secret, I won't betray the chapter in any way. But, as you know, there is something of a hitch here." "Were it only one," sighed Vesemir. "Go on, child." "The girl has magical abilities, and that can't be neglected. It's too dangerous." "In what way?" "Uncontrolled powers are an ominous thing, for both the source and those in their vicinity. The source can threaten those around them in many ways, but they threaten themselves in only one: mental illness, usually catatonia." "Devil take it," said Lambert after a long silence. "I am listening to you, half convinced that someone here has already lost their marbles and will any moment now present a threat to the rest of us. Destiny, sources, spells, hocus pocus. Aren't you exaggerating, Marigold? Is this the first child to be brought to the keep? Geralt didn't find destiny, he found another homeless orphaned child.
We'll teach the girl the sword and let her out into the world like the others. True, I admit we've never trained a girl in Kaer Morhen before. We've had some problems with Ciri, made mistakes, and it's a good thing you've pointed them out to us. But don't let us exaggerate. She's not so remarkable as to make us fall on our knees and raise our eyes to the heavens. Is there a lack of female warriors roaming the world? I assure you, Marigold, Ciri will leave here skillful and healthy, strong and able to face life. And, I warrant, without catatonia or any other epilepsy, unless you delude her into believing she has some such disease. Vesemir. Triss turned in her chair. Tell him to keep quiet. He's getting in the way. You think you know it all, said Lambert calmly. But you don't. Not yet. Look. He stretched his hand towards the hearth, arranging his fingers together in a strange way. The chimney roared and howled. The flames burst out violently. The glowing embers grew brighter and rained sparks. Geralt, Vesemir, and Eskel glanced at Ciri anxiously, but the girl paid no attention to the spectacular fireworks. Triss folded her arms and looked at Lambert defiantly. The sign of Ard, she stated calmly. Did you think to impress me? With the use of the same sign, strengthened through concentration, willpower, and a spell, I can blow the logs from the chimney in a moment and blast them so high you will think they are stars. You can, he agreed. But Ciri can't. She can't form the sign of Ard, or any other sign. She has tried hundreds of times to no effect. And you know our signs require minimal power. Ciri does not even have that. She is an absolutely normal child. She has not the least magical power. She has, in fact, a comprehensive lack of ability. And here you are telling us she's a source, trying to threaten us. A source, she explained coldly, has no control over their skills, no command over them. They are a medium, something like a transmitter. Unknowingly, they get in touch with energy. Unknowingly, they convert it. And when they try to control it, when they strain trying to form the signs, perhaps, nothing comes of it. And nothing will come of it. Not just after hundreds of attempts, but after thousands. It is one characteristic of a source. Then, one day, a moment comes when the source does not exert itself, does not strain, is daydreaming or thinking about cabbage and sausages, playing dice, enjoying themselves in bed with a partner, picking their nose. And suddenly, something happens. A house might go up in flames, or sometimes half a town goes up. You're exaggerating, Marigold. Lambert. Geralt released his medallion and rested his hands on the table. First, stop calling Triss Marigold. She has asked you a number of times not to. Second, Triss is not exaggerating. I saw Ciri's mother, Princess Pavetta, in action with my own eyes. I tell you, it was really something. I don't know if she was a source or not, but no one suspected she had any power at all, until, save by a hair's breadth, she almost reduced the royal castle of Cintra to ashes. We should assume, therefore, said Eskel, lighting the candles in yet another candlestick, that Ciri could indeed be genetically burdened. Not only could, said Vesemir, she is so burdened. On the one hand, Lambert is right. Ciri is not capable of forming signs. On the other, we have all seen. He fell silent and looked at Ciri, who, with a joyful squeal, acknowledged that she had the upper hand in the game. Triss spied a small smile on Cohen's face, and was sure he had allowed her to win. Precisely, she sneered. You have all seen. What have you seen? Under what circumstances did you see it? Did you think, boys, that the time has come for more truthful confessions? Hell, I repeat, I will keep your secret. You have my word. Lambert glanced at Geralt. Geralt nodded in assent. The younger Witcher stood and took a large rectangular crystal carafe and a smaller phial from a high shelf. He poured the contents of the phial into the carafe, shook it several times, and poured the transparent liquid into the chalices on the table. Have a drink with us, Triss. Is the truth so terrible, she mocked, that we can't talk about it soberly? Do I have to get drunk in order to hear it? Don't be such a know-all. Take a sip. You'll find it easier to understand. What is it? White seagull. What? A mild remedy, Eskel smiled, for pleasant dreams. Damn it! A witcher hallucinogenic. That's why your eyes shine like that in the evenings. White seagull is very gentle.
It's black seagull that is hallucinogenic.
If there's magic in this liquid, I'm not allowed to take it.
Exclusively natural ingredients, Geralt reassured her, but he looked, she noticed, disconcerted. He was clearly afraid she would question them about the elixir's ingredients, and diluted with a great deal of water. We would not offer you anything that could harm you. The sparkling liquid, with its strange taste, struck her throat with its chill, and then dispersed warmth throughout her body. The magician ran her tongue over her gums and palate. She was unable to recognize any of the ingredients.
You gave Ciri some of this seagull to drink, she surmised.
And then? It was an accident, Geralt interrupted quickly. That first evening, just after we arrived, she was thirsty, and the seagull stood on the table. Before we had time to react, she had drunk it all in one go, and fallen into a trance. We had such a fright, Vesemir admitted and sighed. Oh, that we did, child. More than we could take.
She started speaking with another voice, the magician stated calmly, looking at the witch's eyes gleaming in the candlelight. She started talking about events and matters of which she could have no knowledge. She started to prophesy. Right? What did she say?
Rubbish, said Lambert dryly. Senseless drivel.
Then I have no doubt, she looked straight at him, that you understood each other perfectly well. Drivel is your speciality, and I'm further convinced of it every time you open your mouth. Do me a great favour, and don't open it for a while, all right?
This once, said Eskel gravely, rubbing the scar across his cheek. Lambert is right, Triss. After drinking seagull, Ciri really was incomprehensible. That first time it was gibberish. Only after...
He broke off.
Triss shook her head.
It was only the second time that she started talking sense, she guessed. So there was a second time too. Also after she drank a drug because of your carelessness.
Triss! Geralt raised his head. This is not the time for your childish spitefulness. It doesn't amuse us. It worries and upsets us. Yes, there was a second time too, and a third. Ciri fell, quite by accident, during an exercise. She lost consciousness. When she regained it, she had fallen into another trance. And once again she spoke nonsense. Again, it was not her voice. And again, it was incomprehensible. But I have heard similar voices before, heard a similar way of speaking. It's how those poor, sick, demented women known as oracles speak. You see what I'm thinking?
Clearly. That was the second time. Get to the third.
Geralt wiped his brow, suddenly beaded with sweat, on his forearm. Ciri often wakes up at night, he continued, shouting. She has been through a lot. She doesn't want to talk about it, but it is clear that she saw things no child should see in Cintra and Angren. I even fear that someone harmed her. It comes back to her in dreams. Usually she is easy to reassure and she falls asleep without any problem. But once, after waking, she was in a trance again. She again spoke with someone else's unpleasant, menacing voice. She spoke clearly and made sense. She prophesied, foresaw the future. And what she foretold.
What? What, Geralt?
Death, Vesemir said gently. Death, child.
Triss glanced at Ciri, who was shrilly accusing Cohen of cheating. Cohen put his arms around her and burst out laughing. The magician suddenly realized that she had never, up until now, heard any of the witches laugh. For whom? She asked briefly, still gazing at Cohen.
Him, said Vesemir. And me, Geralt added, and smiled.
When she woke up,
she remembered nothing, and we didn't ask her any questions.
Quite so. As to the prophecy, was it specific? Detailed?
No.
Geralt looked her straight in the eyes.
Confused. Don't ask about it, Triss. We're not worried by the contents of Ciri's prophecies and ravings, but about what happens to her. We're not afraid for ourselves, but careful, warned Vesemir. Don't talk about it in front of her.
Cohen approached the table carrying the girl piggyback. Wish everybody good night, Ciri,
he said. "Say good night to those night elves. We're going to sleep. It's nearly midnight. In a minute it'll be the end of Midinvierne. As of tomorrow, every day brings spring closer." "I'm thirsty." Ciri slipped off his back and reached for Eskel's chalice. Eskel deftly moved the vessel beyond her reach and grabbed a jug of water. Triss stood quickly. "Here you are." She gave her half-full chalice to the girl while meaningfully squeezing Geralt's arm and looking Vesemir in the eye. "Drink." "Triss," whispered Eskel, watching Ciri drink greedily. "What are you doing? It's not a word, please." They did not have to wait long for it to take effect. Ciri suddenly grew rigid, cried out, and smiled a broad, happy smile. She squeezed her eyelids shut and stretched out her arms. She laughed, spun a pirouette, and danced on tiptoes. Lambert moved the stool away in a flash, leaving Cohen standing between the dancing girl and the hearth. Triss jumped up and tore an amulet from her pouch, a sapphire set in silver on a thin chain. She squeezed it tightly in her hand. "Child," groaned Vesemir, "what are you doing?" "I know what I'm doing," she said sharply. "Ciri has fallen into a trance, and I'm going to contact her psychically. I'm going to enter her. I told you, she is something like a magical transmitter. I've got to know what she is transmitting, how, and from where she is drawing the aura, how she is transforming it. It's Midinvierne, a favourable night for such an undertaking." "I don't like it." Geralt frowned. "I don't like it at all." "Should either of us suffer an epileptic fit," the magician said, ignoring his words, "you know what to do. A stick between our teeth, hold us down, wait for it to pass. Chin up, boys. I've done this before." Ciri ceased dancing, sank to her knees, extended her arms, and rested her head on her lap. Triss pressed the now warm amulet to her temple and murmured the formula of a spell. She closed her eyes, concentrated her willpower, and gave out a burst of magic. The sea roared. Waves thundered against the rocky shore and exploded in high geysers amidst the boulders. She flapped her wings, chasing the salty wind. Indescribably happy, she dived, caught up with a flock of her companions, brushed the crests of the waves with her claws, soared into the sky again, shedding water droplets, and glided, tossed by the gale, whistling through her pin feathers. "Force of suggestion," she thought soberly. "It is only force of suggestion. Seagull." "Triss! Triss! Ciri? Where are you? Triss!" The cry of the seagulls ceased. The magician still felt the wet splash of the breakers, but the sea was no longer below her. Or it was, but it was a sea of grass, an endless plateau stretching as far as the horizon. Triss, with horror, realized she was looking at the view from the top of Sodden Hill. But it was not the hill. It could not be the hill. The sky suddenly grew dark. Shadows swirled around her. She saw a long column of indistinct figures slowly climbing down the mountainside. She heard murmurs superimposed over each other, mingling into an uncanny, incomprehensible chorus. Ciri was standing nearby with her back turned to her. The wind was blowing her ashen hair about. The indistinct, hazy figures continued past in a long, unending column. Passing her, they turned their heads. Triss suppressed a cry, watching the listless, peaceful faces and their dead, unseeing eyes. She did not know all of the faces, did not recognize them, but some of them she did know. Coral, Vaniel, Yoel, pox-marked Axel. "Why have you brought me here?" she whispered. "Why?" Ciri turned. She raised her arm, and the magician saw a trickle of blood run down her lifeline, across her palm and onto her wrist. "It is the rose," the girl said calmly. "The rose of Sherweth. I pricked myself. It is nothing. It is only blood. The blood of elves." The sky grew even darker, then a moment later flared with the sharp, blinding glare of lightning. Everything froze in the silence and stillness. Triss took a step, wanting to make sure she could. She stopped next to Ciri, and saw that both of them stood on the edge of a bottomless chasm, where reddish smoke, glowing as though it was lit from behind, was swirling. The flash of another soundless bolt of lightning suddenly revealed a long marble staircase leading into the depths of the abyss.
"It has to be this way,"
Ciri said in a shaky voice.
"There is no other. Only this. Then the stairs. It has to be this way, because that is the Reath it began."
"Speak," whispered the magician. "Speak, child."
"The child of elder blood. Yennefer. Luned ep hen icher. Deathwen. The white flame. No, no, no. Ciri, the Black Knight, with feathers in his helmet. What did he do to me? What happened? I was frightened. I'm still frightened. It's not ended. It will never end. The lion cub must die. Reasons of state. No, no.
Ciri!
No!
The girl turned rigid and squeezed her eyelids shut.
No, no, I don't want to. Don't touch me.
Ciri's face suddenly changed, hardened. Her voice became metallic, cold and hostile, resounding with threatening, cruel mockery. "You have come all this way with her, Triss Merigold? All the way here? You have come too far, 14th one. I warned you."
"Who are you?"
Triss shuddered, but she kept her voice under control. "You will know when the time comes."
"I will know now."
The magician raised her arms, extended them abruptly, putting all her strength into a spell of identification. The magic curtain burst, but behind it was a second, a third, a fourth. Triss sank to her knees with a groan, but reality continued to burst. More doors opened, a long, endless row leading to nowhere, to emptiness. "You are wrong, 14th one," the metallic, inhuman voice sneered. "You've mistaken the stars reflected on the surface of the lake at night for the heavens."
Do not touch that child."
"She is not a child." Ciri's lips moved, but Triss saw that the girl's eyes were dead, glazed and vacant. "She is not a child," the voice repeated. "She is the flame, the white flame which will set light to the world. She is the elder blood, Yennefer, the blood of elves, the seed which will not sprout but burst into flame, the blood which will be defiled when Teth Reath arrives, the time of end. Vaesa Reath Abiakian."
"Are you foretelling death?" shouted Triss. "Is that all you can do? Foretell death? For everyone? Them? Her? Me?"
You are already dead, 14th one. Everything in you has already died.
"By the power of the spheres,"
moaned the magician, activating what little remained of her strength and drawing her hand through the air.
"I throw a spell on you by water, fire, earth, and air. I conjure you in thought, in dream and in death, by all that was, by what is, and by what will be. I cast my spell on you. Who are you? Speak."
Ciri turned her head away. The vision of the staircase leading down into the depths of the abyss disappeared, dissolved, and in its place appeared a grey leaden sea, foaming, crests of waves breaking, and the seagull's cries burst through the silence once more. "Fly," said the voice through the girl's lips. "It is time. Go back to where you came from, 14th of the hill. Fly on the wings of a gull and listen to the cry of other seagulls. Listen carefully."
"I conjure you."
"You cannot. Fly, seagull." And suddenly the wet, salty air was there again, roaring with the gale, and there was the flight, a flight with no beginning and no end. Seagulls cried wildly, cried and commanded.
"Triss?"
Ciri? Forget about him. Don't torture him. Forget. Forget, Triss. Forget. Triss. 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 She opened her eyes, tossed her head on the pillow, and moved her numb hands. Geralt? I'm here. How are you feeling? She cast her eyes around. She was in her chamber, lying on the best bed in the whole of Kaer Morhen. What is happening to Ciri? She is asleep. How long? Too long, he interrupted. He covered her with a duvet and put his arms around her. As he leaned over, the wolf's head medallion swayed just above her face. What you did was not the best of ideas, Triss. Everything is all right. She trembled in his embrace. That's not true, she thought. Nothing's all right. She turned her face so that the medallion didn't touch her. There were many theories about the properties of witcher amulets, and none advised magicians to touch them during the equinox. Did we say anything during the trance? You, nothing. You were unconscious throughout. Ciri, just before she woke up, said, Vaesa dereath igian. She knows the Elder speech. Not enough to say a whole sentence. A sentence which means something is ending. The magician wiped her face with her hand. Geralt, this is a serious matter. The girl is an exceptionally powerful medium. I don't know what or who she is contacting, but I think there are no limits to her connection. Something wants to take possession of her, something which is too powerful for me. I am afraid for her. Another trance could end in mental illness. I have no control over it, don't know how to, can't. If it proved necessary, I would not be able to block or suppress her powers. I would even not be capable, if there were no other option, of permanently extinguishing them. You have to get help from another magician, a more gifted one, more experienced. You know who I'm talking about. I do. He turned his head away, clenched his lips. Don't resist. Don't defend yourself. I can guess why you turned to me rather than her. Overcome your pride, crush your rancour and obstinacy. There is no point to it. You'll torture yourself to death. And you are risking Ciri's health and life in the process. Another trance is liable to be more dangerous to her than the trial of grasses. Ask Yennefer for help, Geralt. And you, Triss? What about me? She swallowed with difficulty. I'm not important. I let you down. I let you down in everything. I was your mistake, nothing more. Mistakes, he said with effort, are also important to me. I don't cross them out of my life or memory, and I never blame others for them. You are important to me, Triss, and always will be. You never let me down, never. Believe me. She remained silent a long while. I will stay until spring, she said finally, struggling against her shaking voice. I will stay with Ciri. I will watch over her, day and night. I will be with her day and night, and when spring is here, we will take her to Melitele's temple in Ellander. The thing that wants to possess her might not be able to reach her in the temple, and then you will ask Yennefer for help. All right, Triss. Thank you. Geralt? Yes. Ciri said something else, didn't she? Something only you heard. Tell me what it was. No, he protested, and his voice quivered. No, Triss. Please. She wasn't speaking to me. I know. She was speaking to me. Tell me. Please. After coming to, when I picked her up, she whispered, Forget about him. Don't torture him. I won't, she said quietly. But I can't forget. Forgive me. I am the one who ought to be asking for forgiveness, and not only asking you. You love her that much, she stated, not asking. That much, he admitted in a whisper, after a long moment of silence. Geralt. Yes, Triss? Stay with me tonight. Triss, only stay. All right. Not long after mid-Invierne, the snow stopped falling. The frost came. Triss stayed with Ciri day and night. She watched over her. She surrounded her with care, visible and invisible. The girl woke up shouting almost every night. She was delirious, holding her cheek and crying with pain. The magician calmed her with spells and elixirs, put her to sleep, cuddling and rocking her in her arms. And then she herself would be unable to sleep for a long time, thinking about what Ciri had said in her sleep, and after she came to. And she felt a mounting fear. Va essa dreat ep aegean. Something is ending. That is how it was for 10 days and nights, and finally it passed. It ended, disappeared without a trace. Ciri calmed. She slept peacefully with no nightmares and no dreams. But Triss kept a constant watch. She did not leave the girl for a moment. She surrounded her with care, visible and invisible. Faster, Ciri! Lunge! Attack! Dodge! Half pirouette, thrust, dodge! Balance with your left arm or you'll fall from the comb, and you'll hurt your womanly attributes. What? Nothing. Aren't you tired? We'll take a break if you like. No, Lambert, I can go on. I'm not that weak, you know. Shall I try jumping over every other post? Don't you dare. You might fall and then Marigold will tear my head off. I won't fall. I've told you once, and I'm not going to say it again. Don't show off. Steady on your legs, and breathe, Ciri, breathe. You're panting like a dying mammoth. That's not true. Don't squeal. Practice. Attack, dodge, parry, half pirouette, parry, full pirouette. Steadier on the posts, damn it. Don't wobble. Lunge, thrust, faster. Half pirouette, jump and cut. That's it. Very good. Really? Was that really very good, Lambert? Who said so? You did, a moment ago. Slip of the tongue. Attack, half pirouette, dodge, and again. Ciri, where was the parry? How many times do I have to tell you? After you dodge, you always parry. Deliver a blow with the blade to protect your head and shoulders, always. Even when I'm only fighting one opponent. You never know what you're fighting. You never know what's happening behind you. You always have to cover yourself. Foot and sword work. It's got to be a reflex. Reflex, understand? You mustn't forget that. You forget it in a real fight and you're finished. Again. At last, that's it. See how much a parry lands? You can take any strike from it. You can cut backwards from it if you have to. Right, show me a pirouette and a thrust backwards. Ha! Very good. You see the point now? Has it got through to you? I'm not stupid. You're a girl. Girls don't have brains. Lambert, if Triss heard that, if ifs and ands were pots and pans. All right, that's enough. Come down, we'll take a break. I'm not tired. But I am. I said a break. Come down from the comb. Turning a somersault. What do you think? Like a hen off its roost? Go on, jump. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Ha! Nice. Very good. For a girl. You can take off the blindfold now. Triss, maybe that's enough for today. What do you think? Maybe we could take the sleigh and ride down the hill. The sun's shining. The snow's sparkling so much it hurts the eyes. The weather's beautiful. Don't lean out or you'll fall from the window. Oh, let's go sleighing, Triss. Suggest that again in elder speech and we'll end the lesson there. Move away from the window. Come back to the table. Ciri, how many times do I have to ask you? Stop waving that sword about and put it away. It's my new sword. It's real. A witcher's sword, made of steel, which fell from heaven. Really? Geralt said so, and he never lies. You know that? Oh, yes, I know that. I've got to get used to this sword. Uncle Vesemir had it adjusted just right for my weight, height, and arm length. I've got to get my hand and wrist accustomed to it. Accustom yourself to your heart's content, but outside, not here. Well, I'm listening. You wanted to suggest we get the sleigh out in elder speech, so suggested. What's sleigh? Slith, as a noun. Slith, as a verb. Aha. Vayan I slither ilia? Don't end a question that way, it's impolite. You form questions using intonation. But the children from the islands, you're not learning the local Scoia'tael jargon, but classical elder speech. And why am I learning the speech, tell me? So that you know it. It's fitting to learn things you don't know. Anyone who doesn't know other languages is handicapped. But people only speak the common tongue anyway. True, but some speak more than just it. I warrant, Ciri, that it is better to count yourself amongst those few than amongst everyone. So, I'm listening. A full sentence. The weather today is beautiful, so let's get the sleigh. Elaine tedd a tegana a vein slither? Very good. Ha! So let's get the sleigh. We will, but let me finish applying my makeup. And who are you putting makeup on for exactly? Myself. A woman accentuates her beauty for her own self-esteem. Do you know what? I feel pretty poorly too. Don't laugh, Triss. Come here. Sit on my knee. Put the sword away. I've already asked you. Thank you. Now, take that large brush and powder your face. Not so much, girl, not so much. Look in the mirror. See how pretty you are? I can't see any difference. I'll do my eyes, all right? What are you laughing at? You always paint your eyes. I want to, too. Fine. Here you are. Put some shadow on your eyelids with this. Ciri, don't close both your eyes or you won't see anything. You're smudging your whole face. Take a tiny bit and only skim over the eyelids. Skim, I said. Let me. I'll just spread it a little. Close your eyes. Now open them. Oh, see the difference? A tiny bit of shadow won't do any harm, even to such beautiful eyes as yours. The elves knew what they were doing when they invented eyeshadow. Elves? You didn't know? Makeup is an elvish invention. We've learned a lot of useful things from the elder people, and we've given bloody little back in return. Now take the pencil and draw a thin line across your upper lids, just above the lashes. Ciri, what are you doing? Don't laugh. My eyelid's trembling, that's why. Part your lips a little and it'll stop trembling. See? Oh. Come on, now we'll go and stun the witches with our beauty. It's hard to find a prettier sight. And then we'll take the sleigh and smudge our makeup in the deep snowdrifts. And we'll make ourselves up again. No, we'll tell Lambert to warm the bathroom and we'll take a bath. Again? Lambert says we're using up too much fuel with our baths. Lambert ken me a bath I pairs. What? I didn't understand. With time you'll master the idioms too. We've still got a lot of time for studying before spring. But now, vaien I sleither me Elaine Luned. Here on this engraving. No, damn it, not on that one, on this one. This is, as you already know, a ghoul. Tell us, Ciri, what you've learned about ghouls. Hey, look at me. What the devil have you got on your eyelids? Greater self-esteem. What? Never mind, I'm listening. The ghoul, Uncle Vesemir, is a corpse-devouring monster. It can be seen in cemeteries, in the vicinity of barrows, anywhere the dead are buried, at necropolia, on battlegrounds, on fields of battle. So it's only a danger to the dead, is that right? No, not only. A ghoul may also attack the living if it's hungry or falls into a fury. If, for example, there's a battle, a lot of people killed. What's the matter, Ciri? Nothing. Ciri, listen. Forget about that. That will never return. I saw. In Sodden and in Transriver. Entire fields. They were lying there, being eaten by wolves and wild dogs. Birds were picking at them. I guess there were ghouls there too. That's why you're learning about ghouls now, Ciri. When you know about something, it stops being a nightmare. When you know how to fight something, it stops being so threatening. So, how do you fight a ghoul, Ciri? With a silver sword. The ghoul is sensitive to silver. And to what else? Bright light and fire. So you can fight it with light and fire? You can, but it's dangerous. A witcher doesn't use light or fire because it makes it harder to see. Every light creates a shadow, and shadows make it harder to get your bearings. One must always fight in darkness by moon or starlight. Quite right. You've remembered it well, clever girl. And now, look here at this engraving. Well, true enough, it is not a beautiful creature. It's a gravier. A gravier is a type of ghoul. It looks very much like a ghoul, but is considerably larger. He can also be told apart, as you can see, by these 3 bony combs on his skull. The rest is the same as any other corpse-eater. Take note of the short, blunt claws, adapted for digging up graves and churning the earth. Strong teeth for shattering bones, and a long, narrow tongue used to lick the decaying marrow from them. Such stinking marrow is a delicacy for the gravier. What's the matter? Nothing. You're completely pale. And green. You don't eat enough. Did you eat breakfast? Yes, I did. What was I? I almost forgot. Remember, because this is important. Graviers, like ghouls and other monsters in this category, do not have their own ecological niche. They are relicts from the age of the interpenetration of spheres. Killing them does not upset the order and interconnections of nature which prevail in our present sphere. In this sphere, these monsters are foreign, and there is no place for them. Do you understand, Ciri? I do, Uncle Vesemir. Geralt explained it to me. I know all that. An ecological niche is all right. That's fine. I know what it is. If Geralt has explained it to you, you don't have to recite it to me. Let us return to the gravier. Graviers appear quite rarely, fortunately, because they're bloody dangerous sons of bitches. The smallest wound inflicted by a gravier will infect you with corpse venom. Which elixir is used to treat corpse venom poisoning, Ciri? Golden aureole. Correct. But it is better to avoid infection to begin with. That is why, when fighting a gravier, you must never get close to the bastard. You always fight from a distance and strike from a leap. And where's it best to strike one? We're just getting to that. Look. Once more, Ciri. We'll go through it slowly so that you can master each move. Now, I'm attacking you with tierce, taking the position as if to thrust. Why are you retreating? Because I know it's a feint. You can move into a wide sinistra or strike with upper quarter, and I'll retreat and parry with a counter feint. Is that so? And if I do this? Oh, it was supposed to be slow. What did I do wrong, Cohen? Nothing. I'm just taller and stronger than you are. That's not fair. There's no such thing as a fair fight. You have to make use of every advantage and every opportunity that you get. By retreating, you gave me the opportunity to put more force into the strike. Instead of retreating, you should have executed a half pirouette to the left and tried to cut at me from below with corte dextra, under the chin, in the cheek or throat. As if you'd let me. You'll do a reverse pirouette and get my neck from the left before I can parry. How am I meant to know what you're doing? You have to know, and you do know. Oh, sure. Ciri, what we're doing is fighting. I'm your opponent. I want to and have to defeat you because my life is at stake. I'm taller and stronger than you, so I'm going to watch for opportunities to strike in order to avoid or break your parry, as you've just seen. What do I need a pirouette for? I'm already in Sinister, see? What could be simpler than to strike with a seconde under the arm on the inside? If I slash your artery, you'll be dead in a couple of minutes. Defend yourself. Ah! Very good. A beautiful quick parry. See how exercising your wrist is coming useful. And now pay attention. A lot of fencers make the mistake of executing a standing parry and freeze for a second, and that's just when you can catch them out. Strike. Like so. Ha! Beautiful.
Jump away immediately, pirouette. I could have a dagger in my left hand. Good, very good. And now, Ciri, what am I going to do now? How am I to know? Watch my feet. How is my body weight distributed? What can I do from this position? Anything. So spin. Force me to open up. Defend yourself. Good. And again. Good. And again. Ow! Not so good. What did I do wrong? Nothing. I'm just faster. Take your guards off. We'll sit for a moment, take a break. You must be tired. You've been running the trail all morning. I'm not tired. I'm hungry. Bloody hell, so am I. And today's Lambert's turn, and he can't cook anything other than noodles. If you could only cook those properly. Going? Uh-huh. I'm still not fast enough. You're very fast. Will I ever be as fast as you? I doubt it. And are you? Who's the best fencer in the world? I've no idea. You've never known one? I've known many who believe themselves to be the best. Oh, what were they? What were their names? What could they do? Hold on, girl. I haven't got an answer to those questions. Is it all that important? Of course it's important. I'd like to know who these fences are, and where they are. Where they are? I know that. Ah, so where? In cemeteries. Pay attention, Ciri. We're going to attach a third pendulum now. You can manage 2 already. You use the same steps as for 2, only there's 1 more to dodge. Ready? Yes. Focus yourself. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Attack. Ouch! Ow! Damn it! Don't swear. Did it hit you hard? No, it only brushed me. What did I do wrong? You ran in at too even a pace. You sped the second half pirouette up a bit too much, and your feint was too wide, and as a result you were carried straight under the pendulum. But Geralt, there's no room for a dodge and turn there. They're too close to each other. There's plenty of room, I assure you. But the gaps are worked out to force you to make arrhythmic moves. This is a fight, Ciri, not ballet. You can't move rhythmically in a fight. You have to distract the opponent with your moves, confuse his reactions. Ready for another try? Ready. Start those damn logs swinging. Don't swear. Relax. Attack. Well, how about that? How was that, Geralt? It didn't even brush me. And you didn't even brush the second sack with your sword, so I repeat, this is a fight, not ballet, not acrobatics. What are you muttering now? Nothing. Relax. Adjust the bandage on your wrist. Don't grip the hilt so tightly. It distracts you and upsets your equilibrium. Breathe calmly. Ready? Yes. Go. Ouch! May you... Geralt, it's impossible. There's not enough room for a feint and a change of foot, and when I strike from both legs without a feint, I saw what happens when you strike without a feint. Does it hurt? No, not much. Sit down next to me. Take a break. I'm not tired, Geralt. I'm not going to be able to jump over that third pendulum, even though I rest for 10 years. I can't be any faster, and you don't have to be. You're fast enough. Tell me how to do it, then. Half pirouette, dodge, and hit at the same time? It's very simple. You just weren't paying attention. I told you before you started. An additional dodge is necessary. Displacement. An additional half pirouette is superfluous. The second time round, you did everything well and passed all the pendulums. But I didn't hit the sack because... Geralt, without a half pirouette, I can't strike because I'll lose speed. I don't have the... what do you call it? Impetus. That's true. So gain some impetus and energy, but not through a pirouette and a change of foot, because there's not enough time for it. Hit the pendulum with your sword. The pendulum? I've got to hit the sacks. This is a fight, Ciri. The sacks represent your opponent's sensitive areas. You've got to hit them. The pendulums, which simulate your opponent's weapon, you have to avoid, dodge past. When the pendulum hits you, you're wounded. In a real fight, you might not get up again. The pendulum mustn't touch you, but you can hit the pendulum. Why are you screwing your nose up? I'm not going to be able to parry the pendulum with my sword. I'm too weak. I'll always be too weak because I'm a girl.
Come here, girl. Wipe your nose and listen carefully. No strongman, mountain-toppling giant or muscle man is going to be able to parry a blow aimed at him by a Draco lizard's tail, giga scorpion's pincers, or a griffin's claws. And that's precisely the sort of weapons the pendulum simulates. So don't even try to parry. You're not deflecting the pendulum. You're deflecting yourself from it. You're intercepting its energy, which you need in order to deal a blow. A light but very swift deflection and instantaneous, equally swift blow from a reverse half turn is enough. You're picking impetus up by rebounding. Do you see? Speed, Ciri, not strength. Strength is necessary for a lumberjack axing trees in a forest. That's why, admittedly, girls are rarely lumberjacks. Have you got that? Start the pendulum swinging. Take a rest first. I'm not tired. You know how to now. The same steps. Feint. I know. Attack. Ha! 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 Got you! I got you, you griffin! Get out! Did you see that? Don't yell. Control your breathing. I did it! I really did it! I managed it! Praise me, Geralt! Well done, Ciri. Well done, girl. In the middle of February, the snow disappeared, whisked away by a warm wind blowing from the south, from the pass. Whatever was happening in the world, the witches did not want to know. In the evenings, consistently and determinedly, Triss guided the long conversations held in the dark hall, lit only by the bursts of flames in the great hearth, towards politics. The witches' reactions were always the same. Geralt, a hand on his forehead, did not say a word. Vesemir nodded, from time to time throwing in comments which amounted to little more than that, in his day, everything had been better, more logical, more honest and healthier. Eskel pretended to be polite, and neither smiled nor made eye contact, and even managed, very occasionally, to be interested in some issue or question of little importance. Cohen yawned openly and looked at the ceiling, and Lambert did nothing to hide his disdain. They did not want to know anything. They cared nothing for dilemmas which drove sleep from kings, wizards, rulers and leaders, or for the problems which made councils, circles and gatherings tremble and buzz. For them, nothing existed beyond the passes, drowning in snow, or beyond the Gwenllech River, carrying ice floats in its leaden current. For them, only Kaer Morhen existed, lost and lonely amongst the savage mountains. That evening, Triss was irritable and restless. Perhaps it was the wind howling along the great castle's walls. And that evening they were all oddly excited. The witches, apart from Geralt, were unusually talkative. Quite obviously, they only spoke of one thing: spring, about their approaching departure for the trail, about what the trail would have in store for them, about vampires, wyverns, leshies, lycanthropes, and basilisks. This time, it was Triss who began to yawn and stare at the ceiling. This time, she was the one who remained silent, until Eskel turned to her with a question which she had anticipated. And what is it really like in the south, on the Yaruga? Is it worth going there? We wouldn't like to find ourselves in the middle of any trouble. What do you mean by trouble? Well, you know, he stammered. You keep telling us about the possibility of a new war, about constant fighting on the borders, about rebellions in the lands invaded by Nilfgaard. You said they're saying the Nilfgaardians might cross the Yaruga again. So what? Said Lambert. They've been hitting, killing and striking against each other constantly for hundreds of years. It's nothing to worry about. I've already decided I'm going to the far south, to Sodden, Mahakam and Angren. It's well known that monsters abound wherever armies have passed. The most money is always made in places like that. True, Cohen acknowledged. The neighbourhood grows deserted. Only women who can't fend for themselves remain in the villages. Scores of children with no home or care roaming around. Easy prey attracts monsters. And the Lord Barons and village elders, added Eskel, have their heads full of the war, and don't have the time to defend their subjects. They have to hire us, it's true. But from what Triss has been telling us all these evenings, it seems the conflict with Nilfgaard is more serious than that, not just some local little war. Is that right, Triss? Even if it were the case, said the magician spitefully, surely that suits you. A serious, bloody war will lead to more deserted villages, more widowed women, simply hordes of orphaned children. I can't understand your sarcasm. Geralt took his hand away from his forehead. I really can't, Triss. Nor I, my child. Vesemir raised his head. What do you mean? Are you thinking about the widows and children? Lambert and Cohen speak frivolously, as youngsters do, but it is not the words that are important. After all, they defend these children, she interrupted crossly. Yes, I know. From the werewolf who might kill 2 or 3 a year, while an Nilfgaardian foray can kill and burn an entire settlement in an hour. Yes, you defend orphans, while I fight that there should be as few of those orphans as possible. I'm fighting the cause, not the effect. That's why I'm on Foltest of Temeria's council and sit with Faircart and Kira Metz. We deliberate on how to stop war from breaking out, and should it come to it, how to defend ourselves, because war is constantly hovering over us like a vulture. For you, it's an adventure. For me, it's a game in which the stakes are survival. I'm involved in this game, and that's why your indifference and frivolity hurt and insult me. Geralt sat up and looked at her. We're witches, Triss. Can't you understand that? What's there to understand? The enchantress tossed her chestnut mane back. Everything's crystal clear. You've chosen a certain attitude to the world around you. The fact that this world might at any moment fall to pieces has a place in this choice. In mine, it doesn't. That's where we differ. I'm not sure it's only there we differ. The world is falling to ruins, she repeated. We can watch it happen and do nothing. Or we can counteract it. How? He smiled derisively. With our emotions. She did not answer, turning her face to the fire roaring in the hearth. The world is falling to ruins, repeated Cohen, nodding his head in feigned thoughtfulness. How many times I've heard that? Me too, Lambert grimaced. And it's not surprising. It's a popular saying of late. It's what kings say when it turns out that a modicum of brains is necessary to rule after all. It's what merchants say when greed and stupidity have led them to bankruptcy. It's what wizards say when they start to lose their influence on politics or income. And the person they're speaking to should expect some sort of proposal straight away. So cut the introduction short, Triss, and present us with your proposition. Verbal squabbling has never amused me, the enchantress declared, gauging him with cold eyes. Or displays of eloquence which mock whoever you're talking to. I don't intend to take part in anything like that. You know only too well what I mean. You want to hide your heads in the sand, that's your business. But coming from you, Geralt, it's a great surprise. Triss. The white-haired witcher looked her straight in the eyes again. What do you expect from me? To take an active part in the fight to save a world which is falling to pieces? Am I to enlist in the army and stop Nilfgaard? Should I, if it comes to another battle for Sodden, stand with you on the hill, shoulder to shoulder, and fight for freedom? I'd be proud, she said quietly, lowering her head. I'd be proud and happy to fight at your side. I believe that, but I'm not gallant enough, nor valiant enough. I'm not suited to be a soldier or a hero. And having an acute fear of pain, mutilation, and death is not the only reason. You can't stop a soldier from being frightened, but you can give him motivation to help him overcome that fear. I have no such motivation. I can't have. I'm a witcher, an artificially created mutant. I kill monsters for money. I defend children when their parents pay me to. If Nilfgaardian parents pay me, I'll defend Nilfgaardian children. And even if the world lies in ruin, which does not seem likely to me, I'll carry on killing monsters in the ruins of this world until some monster kills me. That is my fate, my reason, my life, and my attitude to the world. And it is not what I chose. It was chosen for me. You're embittered, she stated, tugging nervously at a strand of hair, or pretending to be. You forget that I know you, so don't play the unfeeling mutant, devoid of a heart, of scruples, and of his own free will in front of me. And the reasons for your bitterness I can guess and understand. Ciri's prophecy, correct? No, not correct, he answered icily. I see that you don't know me at all. I'm afraid of death just like everyone else, but I grew used to the idea of it a very long time ago. I'm not under any illusions. I'm not complaining about fate, Triss. This is plain, cold calculation, statistics. No witcher has yet died of old age, lying in bed dictating his will. Not a single one. Ciri didn't surprise or frighten me. I know I'm going to die in some cave which stinks of carcasses torn apart by a griffin, lamia or manticore. But I don't want to die in a war, because they're not my wars. I'm surprised at you, she replied sharply. I'm surprised that you're saying this. Surprised by your lack of motivation, as you learnedly chose to describe your supercilious distance and indifference. You were at Sodden, Angren and Trans River. You know what happened to Cintra, know what befell Queen Calanthe and many thousands of people there. You know the hell Ciri went through, know why she cries out at night, and I know too, because I was also there. I'm afraid of pain and death too, even more so now than I was then. I have good reason. As for motivation, it seems to me that back then I had just as little as you. Why should I, a magician, care about the fates of Sodden, Brugge, Cintra, or other kingdoms? The problems of having more or less competent rulers, the interests of merchants and barons. I was a magician. I too could have said it wasn't my war, that I could mix elixirs for the Nilfgaardians on the ruins of the world. But I stood on that hill next to Vilgefortz, next to Artur Terranova, next to Faircart, next to Enid Finn de Beyer and Philippa Eilhart, next to your Yennefer, next to those who no longer exist. Coral, Yoel, Vaniel. There was a moment when out of sheer terror I forgot all my spells except for one, and thanks to that spell I could have teleported myself from that horrific place back home to my tiny little tower in Maribor. There was a moment when I threw up from fear, when Yennefer and Coral held me up by the shoulders and hair. Stop! Please, stop! No, Geralt, I won't! After all, you want to know what happened there on the hill, so listen. There was a din and flames. There were flaming arrows and exploding balls of fire. There were screams and crashes, and I suddenly found myself on the ground on a pile of charred, smoking rags, and I realized that the pile of rags was Yoel, and that thing next to her, that awful thing, that trunk with no arms and no legs, which was screaming so horrifically, was Coral. And I thought the blood in which I was lying was Coral's blood, but it was my own. And then I saw what they had done to me, and I started to howl. Howl like a beaten dog, like a battered child. Leave me alone! Don't worry, I'm not going to cry. I'm not a little girl from a tiny tower in Maribor anymore. Damn it! I'm Triss Merigold, the 14th one, killed at Sodden. There are 14 graves at the foot of the obelisk on the hill, but only 13 bodies. You're amazed such a mistake could have been made? Most of the corpses were in hard-to-recognize pieces. No one identified them. The living were hard to account for, too. Of those who had known me well, Yennefer was the only one to survive, and Yennefer was blind. Others knew me fleetingly, and always recognized me by my beautiful hair. And I, damn it, didn't have it anymore. Geralt held her closer. She no longer tried to push him away. They used the highest magics on us, she continued in a muted voice. Spells, elixirs, amulets, and artifacts. Nothing was left wanting for the wounded heroes of the hill. We were cured, patched up, our former appearances returned to us, our hair and sight restored. You can hardly see the marks, but I will never wear a plunging neckline again, Geralt. Never. The witches said nothing. Neither did Ciri, who had slipped into the hall without a sound, and stopped at the threshold, hunching her shoulders and folding her arms. So, the magician said after a while, don't talk to me about motivation. Before we stood on that hill, the chapter simply told us, that is what you have to do. Whose war was it? What were we defending there? The land? The borders? The people and their cottages? The interests of kings? The wizards' influence and income? Order against chaos? I don't know. But we defended it because that's what had to be done. And if the need arises, I'll stand on the hill again, because if I don't, it will make the sacrifices made the first time futile and unnecessary. I'll stand beside you, shouted Ciri shrilly. Just wait and see. I'll stand with you. Those Nilfgaardians are going to pay for my grandmother, pay for everything. I haven't forgotten. Be quiet, growled Lambert. Don't butt into grown-ups' conversations. Oh, sure. The girl stamped her foot, and in her eyes a green fire kindled. "Why do you think I'm learning to fight with a sword? I want to kill him, that black knight from Cintra with wings on his helmet, for what he did to me, for making me afraid. And I'm going to kill him. That's why I'm learning it."
"And therefore you'll stop learning," said Geralt in a voice colder than the walls of Kaer Morhen. "Until you understand what a sword is and what purpose it serves in a witch's hand, you will not pick one up. You are not learning in order to kill and be killed. You are not learning to kill out of fear and hatred, but in order to save lives, your own and those of others."
The girl bit her lip, shaking from agitation and anger.
"Understood?"
Ciri raised her head abruptly.
"No!" "Then you'll never understand. Get out! Get out!"
Ciri spun on her heel and stood still for a moment, undecided, as if waiting for something that could not happen. Then she ran swiftly up the stairs. They heard the door slam.
"Too severe, Wolf," said Vesemir. "Much too severe. And you shouldn't have done it in Triss's presence. The emotional ties. Don't talk to me about emotions. I've had enough of all this talk about emotions."
"And why is that?" The magician smiled derisively and coldly. "Why, Geralt? Ciri is normal. She has normal feelings. She accepts emotions naturally, takes them for what they really are. You obviously don't understand and are therefore surprised by them. It surprises and irritates you. The fact that someone can experience normal love, normal hatred, normal fear, pain and regret, normal joy and normal sadness. That it is coolness, distance and indifference which are considered abnormal. Oh yes, Geralt, it annoys you. It annoys you so much that you are starting to think about Kaer Morhen's vaults, about the laboratorium, the dusty demijohns full of mutagenic poisons."
"Triss!" called Vesemir, gazing at Geralt's face, suddenly grown pale.
But the enchantress refused to be interrupted, and spoke faster and faster, louder and louder. "Who do you want to deceive, Geralt? Me? Her? Or maybe yourself? Maybe you don't want to admit the truth, a truth everyone knows except you. Maybe you don't want to accept the fact that human emotions and feelings weren't killed in you by the elixirs and grasses. You killed them. You killed them yourself. But don't you dare kill them in the child."
"Silence!"
he shouted, leaping from the chair.
"Silence, Marigold!"
He turned away and lowered his arms defenselessly.
"Sorry," he said quietly. "Forgive me, Triss."
He made for the stairs quickly, but the enchantress was up in a flash and threw herself at him, embracing him. "You are not leaving here alone," she whispered. "I won't let you be alone. Not right now." They knew immediately where she had run to. Fine, wet snow had fallen that evening and had covered the forecourt with a thin, impeccably white carpet. In it, they saw her footsteps. Ciri was standing on the very summit of the ruined wall, as motionless as a statue. She was holding the sword above her right shoulder, the crossguard at eye level. The fingers of her left hand were lightly touching the pommel. On seeing them, the girl jumped, spun in a pirouette, and landed softly in an identical but reverse mirror position.
"Ciri," said the Witcher, "come down, please."
It seemed she hadn't heard him. She did not move, not even a muscle. Triss, however, saw the reflection of the moon thrown across her face by the blade glisten silver over a stream of tears. "No one's going to take the sword away from me," she shouted. "No one! Not even you!"
"Come down," repeated Geralt.
She tossed her head defiantly, and the next second leapt once more. A loose brick slipped beneath her foot with a grating sound. Ciri staggered, trying to find her balance, and failed. The Witcher jumped. Triss raised her hand, opening her mouth to utter a formula for levitation. She knew she couldn't do it in time. She knew that Geralt would not make it. It was impossible. Geralt did make it. He was forced down to the ground, thrown on his knees and back. He fell, but he did not let go of Ciri. The magician approached them slowly. She heard the girl whisper and sniff. Geralt, too, was whispering. She could not make out the words, but she understood their meaning. A warm wind howled in the crevices of the wall. The Witcher raised his head. "Spring," he said quietly. "Yes," she acknowledged, swallowing. "There is still snow in the passes, but in the valleys, it is already spring. Shall we leave, Geralt? You, Ciri, and I?" "Yes, it is high time." Upriver we saw their towns, as delicate as if they were woven from the morning mist out of which they loomed. It seemed as if they would disappear a moment later, blown away on the wind which rippled the surface of the water. There were little palaces, white as Yennefer flowers. There were little towers, looking as though they were plaited out of ivy. There were bridges as airy as weeping willows. And there were other things for which we could find no word or name. Yet we already had names for everything which our eyes beheld in this new, reborn world. Suddenly, in the far recesses of our memories, we found the words for dragons and griffins, mermaids and nymphs, sylphs and dryads once more, for the white unicorns which drank from the river at dusk, inclining their slender necks towards the water. We named everything, and everything seemed to be close to our hearts, familiar to us, ours, apart from them. They, although so resembling us, were alien, so very alien that for a long time we could find no word for their strangeness. Hen Gediemdith, elves and humans. A good elf is a dead elf. Marshal Milan Rabenik. Chapter 4. The misfortune behaved in the eternal manner of misfortunes and hawks. It hung over them for some time, waiting for an appropriate moment before it attacked. It chose its moment when they had passed the few settlements on the Gwenllech and Upper Buina, past Ardcarach, and plunged into the forest below, deserted and intersected by gorges. Like a hawk striking, this misfortune's aim was true. It fell accurately upon its victim, and its victim was Triss. Initially it seemed nasty but not too serious, resembling an ordinary stomach upset. Geralt and Ciri discreetly tried to take no notice of the stops the enchantress's ailment necessitated. Triss, as pale as death, beaded with sweat and painfully contorted, tried to continue riding for several hours longer, but at about midday, and having spent an abnormally long time in the bushes by the road, she was no longer in any condition to sit on a saddle. Ciri tried to help her, but to no avail. The enchantress, unable to hold on to the horse's mane, slid down her mount's flank and collapsed to the ground. They picked her up and laid her on a cloak. Geralt unstrapped the saddlebags without a word, found a casket containing some magic elixirs, opened it, and cursed. All the phials were identical, and the mysterious signs on the seals meant nothing to him. "Which one, Triss?" "None of them," she moaned, with both hands on her belly. I can't take them." "What? Why?" "I'm sensitized." "You? A magician?" "I'm allergic." She sobbed with helpless exasperation and despairing anger. "I always have been. I can't tolerate elixirs. I can treat others with them, but can only treat myself with amulets." "Where is the amulet?" "I don't know." She ground her teeth. "I must have left it in Kaer Morhen, or lost it." "Damn it. What are we going to do? Maybe you should cast a spell on yourself." "I've tried, and this is the result. I can't concentrate because of this cramp." "Don't cry. Easy for you to say." The Witcher got up, pulled his saddlebags from Roach's back, and began rummaging through them. Triss curled up, her face contracted and her lips twisted in a spasm of pain. "Ciri?" "Yes, Triss? Do you feel all right? No unusual sensations?" The girl shook her head. "Maybe it's food poisoning. What did I eat? But we all ate the same thing. Geralt, wash your hands. Make sure Ciri washes her hands." "Calm down. Drink this." "What is it?" "Ordinary soothing herbs. There's next to no magic in them, so they shouldn't do you any harm, and they'll relieve the cramps."
"Geralt, the cramps, they're nothing. But if I run a fever, it could be dysentery or paratyphoid."
"Aren't you immune?"
Triss turned her head away without replying, bit her lip and curled up even tighter. The Witcher did not pursue the question.
Having allowed her to rest for a while, they hauled the enchantress onto Roach's saddle. Geralt sat behind her, supporting her with both hands, while Ciri rode beside them, holding the reins and leading Triss's gelding. They did not even manage a mile. The enchantress kept falling from Geralt's hands. She could not stay in the saddle. Suddenly, she started trembling convulsively and instantly burned with a fever. The gastritis had grown worse. Geralt told himself that it was an allergic reaction to the traces of magic in his witch's elixir. He told himself that, but he did not believe it. "Oh, sir," said the sergeant, "you have not come at a good time. Indeed, you could not have arrived at a worse moment." The sergeant was right. Geralt could neither contest it nor argue. The fort guarding the bridge, where there would usually be 3 soldiers, a stable boy, a toll collector, and at most a few passers-by, was swarming with people. The Witcher counted over 30 lightly armed soldiers wearing the colours of Caedwen, and a good 50 shield-bearers camping around the low palisade. Most of them were lying by campfires, in keeping with the old soldier's rule which dictates that you sleep when you can and get up when you're woken. Considerable activity could be seen through the thrown-open gates. There were a lot of people and horses inside the fort, too. At the top of the little leaning lookout tower, 2 soldiers were on duty, with their crossbows permanently at the ready. On the worn bridge, trampled by horses' hooves, 6 peasant carts and 2 merchant wagons were parked. In the enclosure, their heads lowered sadly over the mud and manure, stood umpteen unyoked oxen. "There was an assault on the fort last night." The sergeant anticipated his question. "We just got here in time with the relief troops, otherwise we'd have found nothing here but charred earth." "Who were your attackers? Bandits? Marauders?" The soldier shook his head, spat and looked at Ciri and Triss, huddled in the saddle. "Come inside," he said. "Your enchantress is going to fall out of her saddle any minute now. We already have some wounded men there. One more won't make much difference." In the yard, in an open roofed shelter, lay several people with their wounds dressed with bloodied bandages. A little further between the palisade fence and a wooden well with a sweep, Geralt made out 6 still bodies wrapped in sacking, from which only pairs of feet in worn, dirty boots protruded. "Lay her there by the wounded men." The soldier indicated the shelter. "Oh, sir, it truly is bad luck she's sick. A few of our men were hurt during the battle, and we wouldn't turn down a bit of magical assistance. When we pulled the arrow out of one of them, its head stuck in his guts. The lad will peter out by the morning. He'll peter out like anything. And the enchantress who could have saved him is tossing and turning with a fever and seeking help from us. A bad time, I say. A bad time." He broke off, seeing that the Witcher could not tear his eyes from the sacking-wrapped bodies. "2 guards from here, 2 of our relief troops, and 2 of the others," he said, pulling up a corner of the stiff material. "Take a look if you wish. Ciri, step away." "I want to see too." The girl leaned out around him, staring at the corpses with her mouth open. "Step away, please. Take care of Triss." Ciri huffed, unwilling, but obeyed. Geralt came closer. "Elves," he noted, not hiding his surprise. "Elves," the soldier confirmed. "Scoia'tael." "Who?" "Scoia'tael," repeated the soldier. "Forest bands." "Strange name. It means squirrels, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, sir, squirrels. That's what they call themselves in Elvish. Some say it's because sometimes they wear squirrel tails on their fur caps and hats. Others say it's because they live in the woods and eat nuts. They're getting more and more troublesome, I tell you." Geralt shook his head. The soldier covered the bodies again and wiped his hands on his tunic. "Come," he said. "There's no point standing here. I'll take you to the commandant. Our corporal will take care of your patient if he can. He knows how to sear and stitch wounds and set bones, so maybe he knows how to mix up medicines and what not too. He's a brainy chap, a mountain man. Come, Witcher." In the dim, smoky toll collector's hut, a lively and noisy discussion was underway. A knight with closely cropped hair, wearing a habergeon and yellow surcoat, was shouting at 2 merchants and a grieve, watched by the toll collector, who had an indifferent, rather gloomy expression, and whose head was wrapped in bandages. "I said no!" The knight thumped his fist on the rickety table and stood up straight, adjusting the gorget across his chest. "Until the patrols return, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to roam the highways." "I's to be in Davon in 2 days," the grieve yelled. shoving a short notched stick with a symbol branded into it under the knight's nose. "I have a transport to lead. The bailiff's going to have me head if it be late. I'll complain to the voivode." "Go ahead and complain," sneered the knight, "but I advise you to line your breeches with straw before you do, because the voivode can do a mean bit of arse-kicking. But for the time being I give the orders here. The voivode is far away, and your bailiff means no more to me than a heap of dung. Hey, Unist, who are you bringing here, Sergeant? Another merchant?" "No," answered the sergeant reluctantly. "A witcher, sir. He goes by the name of Geralt of Rivia." To Geralt's astonishment, the knight gave a broad smile, approached, and held a hand out in greeting. "Geralt of Rivia," he repeated, still smiling. "I have heard about you, and not just from gossip and hearsay. What brings you here?" Geralt explained what brought him there. The knight's smile faded. "You have not come at a good time, or to a good place. We are at war here, Witcher. A band of Scoia'tael is doing the rounds, and there was a skirmish yesterday. I am waiting here for relief forces, and then we'll start a counterattack." "You're fighting elves?" "Not just elves. Is it possible? Have you, or Witcher, not heard of the squirrels?" "No, I haven't." "Where have you been these past 2 years? Beyond the seas? Here in Kaidwin, the Scoia'tael have made sure everybody's talking about them. They've seen to it only too well. The first bands appeared just after the war with Nilfgaard broke out. The cursed non-humans took advantage of our difficulties. We were fighting in the south, and they began a guerrilla campaign at our rear. They counted on the Nilfgaardians defeating us, started declaring it was the end of human rule, and there would be a return to the old order. Humans to the sea. That's their battle cry as they murder, burn, and plunder." "It's your own fault and your own problem," the Grieve commented glumly, tapping his thigh with the notched stick, a mark of his position. "Yours and all the other noblemen and knights. You're the ones who oppressed the non-humans, would not allow them their way of life. So now you pay for it. Well, we've always moved goods this way, and no one stopped us. We didn't need an army." "What's true is true," said one of the merchants who had been sitting silently on a bench. "The squirrels are no fiercer than the bandits who used to roam these ways. And who did the elves take in hand first? The bandits." "What do I care if it's a bandit or an elf who runs me through with an arrow from behind some bushes?" the toll collector with the bandaged head said suddenly. "The thatch, if it's set on fire above my head in the night, burns just the same. What difference does it make who lit the firebrand? You say, sir, that the Scoia'tael are no worse than the bandits. You lie. The bandits wanted loot, but the elves are after human blood. Not everyone has ducats, but we all have blood running through our veins. You say it's the nobility's problem, Grieve. That's an even greater folly. What about the lumberjacks shot in the clearing, the tar makers hacked to pieces at the beaches, the refugee peasants from the burned-down hamlets? Did they hurt the non-humans? They lived and worked together as neighbours, and suddenly they got an arrow in the back. And me? Never in my life have I harmed a non-human, and look, my head is broken open by a dwarf's cutlass. And if it were not for the soldiers you're snapping at, I would be lying beneath an ell of turf." "Exactly." The knight in the yellow surcoat thumped his fist against the table once again. "We are protecting your mangy skin, Grieve, from those, as you call them, oppressed elves, who, according to you, we did not let live. But I will say something different. We have emboldened them too much. We tolerated them, treated them as humans, as equals, and now they are stabbing us in the back. Nilfgaard is paying them for it. I'd stake my life, and the savage elves from the mountains are furnishing them with arms. But their real support comes from those who always lived among us. From the elves, half-elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. They are the ones who are hiding them, feeding them, supplying them with volunteers." "Not all of them," said another merchant, slim with a delicate and noble face, in no way a typical merchant's features. "The majority of non-humans condemn the squirrels, sir, and want nothing to do with them. The majority of them are loyal, and sometimes pay a high price for that loyalty. Remember the burgomaster from Banard. He was a half-elf who urged peace and cooperation. He was killed by an assassin's arrow, aimed, no doubt, by a neighbour, some halfling or dwarf who also feigned loyalty," scoffed the knight. "If you ask me, none of them are loyal. Every one of them. Hey there, who are you?" Geralt looked around. Ciri stood right behind him, casting her huge emerald eyes over everyone. As far as the ability to move noiselessly was concerned, she had clearly made enormous progress. "She's with me," he explained. The knight measured Ciri with his eyes, then turned back to the merchant with the noble face, evidently considering him the most serious partner in the discussion. Yes, sir. Do not talk to me about loyal non-humans. They are all our enemies. It's just that some are better than others at pretending otherwise. Halflings, dwarves, and gnomes have lived amongst us for centuries, in some sort of harmony, it would seem. But it's the fight for the elves to lift their heads, and all the others grabbed their weapons and took to the woods too. I tell you, it was a mistake to tolerate the free elves and dryads with their forests and their mountain enclaves. It wasn't enough for them, and now they're yelling, "It's our world, be gone, strangers!" By the gods, we'll show them who will be gone, and of which race even the slightest traces will be wiped away. We beat the hides off the Nilfgaardians, and now we will do something about these rogue bands. It's not easy to catch an elf in the woods, said the Witcher. Nor would I go after a gnome or dwarf in the mountains. How large are these units? Bands, corrected the knight. They're bands, Witcher. They can count up to 100 heads, sometimes more. They call each pack a commando. It's a word borrowed from the gnomes, and in saying they're hard to catch, you speak truly. Evidently you are a professional. Chasing them through the woods and thickets is senseless. The only way is to cut them off from their supplies, isolate them, starve them out. Seize the non-humans who are helping them firmly by the scruff of their necks, those from the towns and settlements, villages and farms. The problem is, said the merchant with noble features, that we still don't know which of the non-humans are helping them and which aren't. Then we have to seize them all. Ah, the merchant smiled. I understand. I've heard that somewhere before. Take everyone by the scruff of their neck and throw them down the mines, into enclosed camps, into quarries? Everyone, the innocent too, women and children, is that right? The knight raised his head and slammed his hand down on his sword hilt. Just so, and no other way, he said sharply. You pity the children, yet you're like a child yourself in this world, dear sir. A truce with Nilfgaard is a very fragile thing, like an eggshell. If not today, then the war might start anew tomorrow, and anything can happen in war. If they defeated us, what do you think would happen? I'll tell you what. Elven commandos would emerge from the forests. They'd emerge strong and numerous, and these loyal elements would instantly join them. Those loyal dwarves of yours, your friendly halflings, do you think they're going to talk of peace, of reconciliation then? No, sir. They'll be tearing our guts out. Nilfgaard is going to deal with us through their hands, and they'll drown us in the sea just as they promise. No, sir. We must not pussyfoot around them. It's either them or us. There's no third way. The door of the hut squeaked, and a soldier in a bloodied apron stood in the doorway. Forgive me for disturbing you, he hawked. Which of you noble sirs be the one who brought this sick woman here? I did, said the Witcher. What's happened? Come with me, please. They went out into the courtyard. It bodes not well with her, sir, said the soldier, indicating Triss. Firewalk with Petter and saltpetre I gave her, but it be no good. I don't really. Geralt made no comment, because there was nothing to say. The magician, doubled over, was clear evidence of the fact that firewater with pepper and saltpetre was not something her stomach could tolerate. It could be some plague, the soldier frowned. Or that, what's it called? Zentary. If it were to spread to our men. She is a wizard, protected the Witcher. Wizards don't fall sick. Just so, the knight who had followed them out threw in cynically. Yours, as I see, is just emanating good health. Geralt, listen to me. The woman needs help, and we cannot offer such, nor can I risk an epidemic amongst my troops. You understand? I understand. I will leave immediately. I have no choice. I have to turn back towards Davon or Ardcarry. You won't get far. The patrols have orders to stop everyone. Besides, it is dangerous. The Scoia'tael have gone in exactly that direction. I'll manage. From what I've heard about you, the knight's lips twisted. I have no doubt you would. But bear in mind you are not alone. You have a gravely sick woman on your shoulders, and this brat, Ciri, who was trying to clean her dung-smeared boots on a ladder rung, raised her head. The knight cleared his throat and looked down. Geralt smiled faintly. Over the last 2 years, Ciri had almost forgotten her origins, and had almost entirely lost her royal